Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Yellow hair that violates all the laws of physics, tall, with good shape, yes, it was Minato Namikaze. Now Yellow Lightning was clearly skipping work, as he was sleeping and still did not show up for work. Where he was already covered with a 3-story mat by Shikaku Nara. A bright girl, and she was bright because of her red hair and sweet smile. The strongest jounin of Konoha was now walking home. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Red hair is one of the main features of the Uzumaki clan. Now there are almost no such people left. Here comes home sweet home. Kushina opened the door, took off her shoes and walked further when she saw her husband's shoes. Kushina ran into the bedroom where her husband was sleeping. Deciding to teach Minato a lesson, she sat on him and screamed at the top of her lungs. Minato! A red fox with 9 tails. What do you mean now such a fox? Said Minato and teleported with a kunai on the wall with the help of Hiraition, took a stance, ha ha ha. Fox started laughing and rolling around in bed. Minato's face looked like, well, what again? Which made Kushina's laugh even bigger. Well, your face was screaming with laughter, Kushina. Minato came up and began to tickle the girl, from which she could no longer hold back the henge and again turned into a cute girl in modest clothes, namely a sleeveless blouse with a high collar, a long loose-fitting dress with a bracelet on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. The girl's hair, which was very long and reached her hips, now covered the entire bed. Kushina liked to call them red threads of fate. Kushina laughed so brightly and loudly, filling the room with her sweet voice, which made Minato smile. Ahaha, that's enough, stop laughing, Kushina. Minato stopped tickling the girl and pressed his lips to hers. Into a sweet kiss. This could have gone further if Kushina had not abruptly interrupted him. Minato, you and I will have a child, Kushina said. At the same time, she smiled sweetly and kept her hands on her husband's face, who had a look of shock on his face. He couldn't believe that the morning would start wonderfully. I will become a father, I will be a mother, I will be a father, and again the kiss that was instead of the word thank you. And now Kushina said, dear to work, taking her eyes off her husband's lips. What, how? Kushina shouted to Minato after the fleeing girl. After all, it was she who turned off the alarm clock and now it's already 10 a.m. Quickly dressed, Minato, using the technique, came to work where he was grabbed by the shadow of Shikaku. Where was he? Asked an old comrade from the Nara clan. Meanwhile, Kushina went to her friend who was also about to give birth. Kushina could only trust her alone. It was Mikoto who became her first friend, and then she already met Minato. Having entered the Uchiha clan, which was in the center of Konoha, they truly deserved this place since they were the founder of the clan. The security had already gotten used to the Hokage's wife and calmly let her through. Kushina went to the house of the head of the clan, who was not at home right now, and not finding her friend, she went into the yard. That's where my friend was located, her belly already slightly protruding. It was a black-haired kunoichi the same age as Kushina herself. Mikoto was a fair-skinned woman with long black hair with bangs that hung down either side of her forehead, unevenly framing her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red and plum skirt and a light yellow apron that she usually wore over her blouse. Although the girl dressed very simply, this only hid her elegant appearance. While she was a jounin of Konoha, she sharpened her body well, just like Kushina herself. She revealed herself only to her own people, making her a true Uchiha. Hello, Kushina shouted and rushed into the arms of her friend. Mikoto wasn't even surprised and took her friend into her arms. Kushina was happy that her husband was not at home and her friend was too withdrawn. "Hello, hello," said Mikoto, patting her friend on the back. Well, finally the moment coincided. "When your husband is not at home, honestly, he bothers me how much you tolerate him," said Kushina. "Ahaha, what can we do about such customs," said Mikoto, exhaling heavily. Okay, forgive me, don't become limp, you have me." "How are you doing there?" asked Kushina. She felt uneasy because she reminded her friend of something bad. "No, come on, I look like the sun today." "Will this really be your first child?" Mikoto asked, bringing her head closer to her friend while smiling sweetly. "Hee da," Kushina shouted, well, so that it would be loud to her friend and not to the whole neighborhood. Mikoto smiled and hugged her friend. "Congratulations, dear. I'm sure you'll be happy," said Mikoto. "So what did Kushina say to you when they broke the hug?" "I have," said Mikoto and putting her hand on belly and slowly stroking it while smiling sweetly. "There will be twins." "Yui," said Kushina again hugging her friend, who clearly did not expect this and almost fell. They both laughed loudly and looked into each other's eyes. Black as night and violet eyes collided. "Mikoto, will you have a boy and a girl?" Kushina asked while smiling insidiously. "Yes, I would like a daughter who is very similar to me. Always, and my dream came true." Fugaku was happy about the boy, but not so much about the girl. Hugh exhaled languidly from the grief that rolled over her. "Hey, don't be sore, your joy is twice as great as mine." "Okay, that's enough," Kushina said, hugging her friend and stroking her back. It seemed they had switched places. Before Mikoto calmed Kushina down like that, but now it's the other way around. "Why is such a whining question?" asked the Uchiha, who walked away a little and came to her senses. "Well, you know, my son will love your daughter, something tells me about this," said Kushina. Even I became interested. "Well, I won't give my daughter to anyone just like that," said Mikoto. "Of course, you'll see," said Kushina. "Let's go have some tea," said Mikoto, and standing up, she opened the door. "Oh, it seems Itachi has come." "Hello Mom," said Itachi, who came from the street. Itachi was truly considered a genius. He has already been compared to Minato in terms of genius. "Hello son, are you going to eat?" asked Mikoto. Then Kushina came out behind her. "Hello Itachi-kun, how are you doing?" asked Uzumaki. "Hello Kushina-san, no thanks Mom, I won't eat." "You're doing great," Itachi said. "Wow, how serious you are," Kushina said, taking Itachi's cheeks and stretching them. The Uchiha himself did not resist. "Well, Kushina-san, I'm not small," said Itachi, who is still not used to this. He still remembers the red-haired one from childhood. She did this more than once. In the depths of his soul, he was already attached to her. Kushina still remembered this beautiful day. It was magnificent. Just like the time before she gave birth. Before that, she was able to visit a friend who was giving birth. So July 23rd came. Today Kushina knew that her friend was giving birth and could not miss this day. Yes, Kushina was even present during Itachi's birth so that she won't miss it this time either. Having gotten up in the morning and washed herself, she went to prepare breakfast. After cooking, she went up to her husband and gently kissed him on the lips. "Get up, darling," said Kushina, slightly shaking her husband on his shoulder. "Good morning, darling. Okay, I told you to go to Mikoto." "As if I were against it," said Minato. "Good, let's go, thank you," said Kushina, and found herself in the hands of Minato, who carried her to the kitchen. "Ahaha Minato, you are always now, so you will be," the girl said laughing. "Of course, my beloved. I'll move you to Mikoto and then I'll be fine." "Mikoto will give birth to 2 today," as you said, right? Yes, said Kushina. Great, then after she gets out of the hospital. We'll go visit again, said Minato and lowered his wife onto a chair. Thank you very much, said Minato after breakfast and went to get dressed. Taking his wife, he moved him to the hospital and brought him to Mikoto's room, and already going inside they saw Mikoto lying and looking out the window, and then turned her gaze to them and smiled. You have arrived, said Mikoto. Yeah, congratulations in advance. Hold on, come on, said Minato. Thank you Hokage-sama. Not some sama, just Minato, I told you, said Minato. AI equals 5, thank you Minato, said Mikoto, and suddenly she felt that she was in pain down there and her face began to distort in pain. She sharply put her head down and grabbed the cloth covering her because of the pain. The doctor is here, Minato shouted. Yes, yes, I'm coming. The doctor came in screaming, and when I saw Minato. Hello Hokage-sama, I hope you will do everything in the best possible way, said Minato. Of course Hokage-sama, said the doctor. AI equals 10, sorry, I'll leave you, Mikoto. Hold on, said Minato. Come on, darling, said Kushina, who was already near her friend holding her hand. Spapasi tried to say something to Mikoto. It's not worth it, Minato said and left. Hold on, friend, you can squeeze my hand like that time, said Kushina. For her, the squeeze of her friend's hand was painful, but not so much that she wanted to scream. Push, said the doctor who delivered the child. Friend, come on, you are strong, /span, come on, let's be sure, she will be your one more happiness, shouted Kushina. So the girl's scream rang throughout the room. A little lump, although a little dirty, is still a little happiness. Mama, Mikoto bent over from pain all over her body. Come on, honey, she's your daughter coming, you wanted her so much. Push for her. She wants to see this world and give you happiness. Come on friend, and for the first time she clenched her hands so that even Kushina felt the pain. But she endured it. Although, based on the screams of the second exit, Mikoto screamed much more, and she began to cry. Mikoto continued to squeeze the hand of her friend who did not abandon her the first time. When she was very scared to give birth for the first time, she came and supported her just as she does now. There were much more screams there. Well done, come on friend, Kushina said, stroking her friend's hair and wiping off the sweat that covered her. She was already very tired, she was all red, sweat was going straight into her eyes, and only her friend's hands saved her. Mikoto was so soft and gentle, you could feel it on her skin. So the first one was born. It was a boy. He was immediately given to the nurse to be washed and wrapped. Yet he came out of the womb. Twins, what can you do? Come on, shouted Kushina. It hurts Maya, very painful, Mikoto screamed. Well done, said Kushina, wiping away her friend's tears. Who was breathing heavily and grabbed her friend's hand with both hands. Thank you, said Mikoto, they ate like that. She started sweating from pain. And here they said the nurse brought the children to the mother and laid them next to her head. My beloved, here you are, I promise I will protect you from everything, said Mikoto, quietly pressing her to herself. You are so cute, said Kushina. So now let's go out, she needs to feed the children. No need for Dr. said Mikoto. After that, the doctor left, leaving Mikoto and Kushina with the children alone. How are you? Asked Kushina. Normally, my pussy hurts, said Mikoto smiling. Ahaha, that's how it is, said Kushina, laughing. It turns out you have the strength to squeeze it so hard that it's absolutely real. You even cried when you gave birth to your second. Kiyomi, although you hurt mommy, I still love you, my beauty, said Mikoto. Kiyomi, hey, beautiful, why are you so shy, said Kushina, smiling, /span, yes, she dug in so gently, it was so pleasant, said Mikoto, /span, I'll be there, said Kushina. Thank you, dear, it's nice, said Mikoto. Then there was a knock on the room. Kushina removed what was covering Mikoto and took a rag and wiped her womb. And she covered her friend under her slightly hidden moan. She bit her finger to hold back a moan from her friend's touches. "Well, friend, you still lack tenderness in bed," said Kushina. She was sad that her husband was a jerk. Well, she couldn't marry someone other than an Uchiha. Then it would be used to give birth to children. Minato spoke with Fugaku about this topic. But he didn't threaten so that Fugaku wouldn't misunderstand him. "What is it?" asked Kushina. Kiyomi, unlike her sons, somehow gently bit into her nipple, which Mikoto even enjoyed. While feeding her daughter, Mikoto smiled at her without taking her eyes off her daughter. "Love your mother well," said Kushina, pressing the girl, and then gave it to Mikoto. "You can," said Kushina, and took the girl in her arms after a nod from Mikoto, who was simply blinding with her smile. "Thank you. I grabbed it like that," said Mikoto, slightly hissing, because the boy grabbed onto her just right. "Beautiful name." "Congratulations, dear," said Kushina. "Yes," Fugaku told the girl to give her a name, said Mikoto, and the bailiff lowered her robe slightly in order to feed the children. Kushina is even now chained to an iron table instead of a gentle bed. She held the racks created for her. Remembering those good moments, she understood that it would hurt, but she had to endure it. Yesterday she spent the whole day with her friend and her children, laughing and smiling. Mikoto supported her every second and prepared her. Now she won't let anyone down. She will hold back the bijou. "Sit there, beast," Kushina screamed, pushing as hard as she could. "Come on, honey, I'll hold her," said Minato, who was standing next to her. "I see the head again," said the woman. It was Biwaka Sarutobi, the wife of the third. "It's easy to say," Kushina thought. And here the red-haired baby comes out into the world, crying loudly. This crying indicated that new life had appeared. Kushina exhaled heavily. "It's possible," Minato said. After all, he wanted to see his son. "First, Mom, close the seal," Biwaka said, passing by, and put the child next to Kushina. "My handsome, my beloved, here you are. Mom was waiting for you." "Mom loves you," said Kushina. "Well, now we'll wash everything and bring it," said Biwaka. Old ass, thought Kushina. She would like to shred it, /span, give back the Jinchuriki. Bang! "Come on, darling, now I'll close the seal." It was night outside. A light breeze occasionally passed along the streets. Someone was now on a dangerous mission, and someone was walking along the night streets of the village looking at the stars. Someone got up from a soft bed to look after the child. And someone was just sleeping. But the black-haired kunoichi sat in the yard and prayed that her friend would endure childbirth and hold back the kyubi. She would like to be with her now, but she can't. Kushina, meanwhile, was barely breathing after giving birth to a child. She tried to understand why all this was happening to her. The mask maker held her child with a kunai in his hands. The child's life was on the brink of death. "Who are you?" asked Minato. At the same time, keeping your hands away from Kushina. "It doesn't matter, don't worry about it," said the masker. "Here you go," said the masker, and abruptly threw the child over him, while jumping after him in order to kill him. "Minato, Naruto," Kushina screamed. Minato, using only his agility and speed, intercepted Naruto in flight and ended up on the wall with the child. "You're really fast," said the masked man. At this moment, the explosive seals made themselves felt. Recognizing the familiar sound, Minato rips off the diaper and uses Hiration to leave. Minato jumped out of a small building while doing so, leaving behind a diaper with explosive seals. There was an explosion. There was no time to look at the hot building, and I had to use Hiration again and move home. "Go to sleep, son, and now I'll save your mother," said Minato. Putting his son on the bed, he covered him with a blanket. And again he used Hiration. After Minato left, the masked man, using an unknown technique for Kushina, moved her to a place incomprehensible to her. Having completely immobilized Kushina, the masked man gained distance. The masked man looked at Kushina's eyes with his Sharingan and used the technique, Kaibi Hoin, tailed extraction method. Initially, Kushina was covered with Bija chakra, and then her seal completely broke and a fox head came out in the form of chakra. Next, the head of the chakra rushed to the top while taking on its true form. And here he is, the strongest Biju Kyubi. The mask maker was pleased, and what had previously held Kushina over the stone disappeared and she fell. "Why do you need all this?" asked the girl. Surprising. You survived even after the bijou was removed. You ask why? This is my revenge, said the masker. Why do you want to take revenge on the village? Asked the red-haired one. The dead don't need answers, said the masker. Afterwards, he forced the bijou to finish off Uzumaki. The fox turned around, gritting his teeth, he tried to get out of submission. Bijou raised his paw and sharply lowered it down, destroying the stone and raising a huge amount of water up. The mask maker was expecting the death of the former bearer of the bijou. But then Minato appears with Kushina in his arms and looked angrily at his counterpart. Yellow Lightning, you really deserve to be called that, said the masker. Minato was not interested, listened to him and moved home. Putting his wife next to the child, Minato went to get ready. We needed kunai with Hiration marks and other little things. My dear, Mom is here, Kushina said, clinging to the child. The girl was conscious and really wanted to sleep. She was completely exhausted. Minato, hearing his wife's words, clenched his fist tightly. Having put on the Kage robe, he was ready to go into battle. Minato, please come back, said Kushina. Namikaze said nothing and used Hiration. A masked man appeared in Konoha and, calling on the Kyubi, unleashed his wrath on the village. People were burning, houses were burning, metal was melting. Bijou claimed many lives in one attack. The swings of his arms and tails killed or injured people nearby. It was hard for Minato to watch his village being destroyed. The Kyubi spotted Namikaze and charged up a tailed beast bomb. The technology advanced regardless of houses and other obstacles. The technique almost touched the Hokage's chip as Hiration, Dorai, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, used by Minato. Despite its chakra consumption, especially when you carry such volumes, Namikaze had to use it to protect residents from damage. Minato looked at Bijou, wondering how he could take him out of the village. How he felt the appearance of an unknown person from behind. Having made a 180-degree turn in place with a kunai in his hands, and at the same time aiming for the head, Minato faced a big problem. The masked man was not material. When Minato's hand had already passed through his head, the masked man intercepted it and began to use an unknown technique. Namikaze did not have the slightest desire to go into the unknown and used Hiration. I didn't have time, it's a shame, the masker said, leaving Minato. Who are you? Asked Minato. I'm nobody, answered the masked man. There was only anger in his voice. Minato threw his kunai and ran at his enemy. The distance shortened and Minato flew into the mask wearer, who only let everything pass through him. Having missed a couple of blows through yourself. The masked man tried to break through the Hokage's blind spot with a kick. But the blow was parried. Minato felt the enemy's leg and at the same moment he aimed a blow at the material part, but again went through him. The masker was clearly not stupid. Having let the attack pass through him, he threw a right hand, but was blocked. Once again Minato felt the blow and tried to direct the attack exactly there. But he went through it again. Minato again went through the masked man's shoulder and lost his balance. The masked man took advantage of this and bent Minato with a blow from his knee. And then he prescribed a blow from the elbow to the head. The blow was strong, which is why the clone dissipated. Then the Hokage came out of the forest and looked into the eyes of the mask wearer, which made him more wary. Judging by the unusual pattern, he has a Mangekyo Sharingan. He manages to read my movements with them. Despite my speed. Plus, I noticed that it can be material and immaterial at the same time. This means you need to attack as quickly as possible. And strike where it will be material. Again, Minato closed the distance and threw a kunai in front of him at the masked man. As expected of the Hokage, he passed through it. At this moment they were already face to face with each other. And the unknown person almost grabbed Minato as he teleported away. And he struck the Rasengan right on the hand. The mask maker was in shock and, having lost his vigilance, could no longer use the technique. Minato put his seal on it. There was an explosion that shook everything in a circle. The dust cleared and Minato finally saw the masked man. He was missing one hand. The spruce masker stood. "This is not the end yet," said the masker. Blood flowed profusely from his wound. Even the bones were visible. Minato again used Hirashin Toka. This time he moved towards the enemy and used the technique. Kyaku Fuin, seal of the treaty, winky face Fuinjutsu that allows the user to break the opponent's control over the summoning. Minato broke control of the bijou. The masked man coughed up blood. Minato again escaped from the masked man, sending him to break trees with a kick. The masked man flew a couple of meters, but having broken one tree with himself, he again became intangible. And went underground. Namikaze moved to the village and ran towards the fox. The sight of the village hurt my soul. As Minato approached, he threw a kunai right above the fox. And using his Hirashin technique, he ended up on top of the bijou. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, from Minato. The toad fell right on the fox's head. "Please hold him back," said Minato. "Minato, I'll try but you understand," said Gamabunta Minato's call. Namikaze entered hermit mode and by this time the toad boss had already been pierced by the tails of bijou. "I am all Minato," said Gamabunta. "Thank you all," shouted Minato/Span. "No, you can't stand it," said Namikaze. "I'm ready, let's go," said Kushina. "Honey, we must seal the bijou," said Minato. Namikaze jumped on the fox and touched the bijou. Again, the Hirashina current technique. This time Minato left with the fox outside the village. Meanwhile, Minato's clone appeared at home. They looked into each other's eyes at that moment. Kushina tremblingly turned her head towards her son. She was just a little bit with him. She lay with him in an embrace and felt so good in her soul. Uzumaki started to cry and she attacked her husband with her fists. But there was no strength in the blows from the word at all. "No, I won't give it," said Kushina. The girl hit her husband on his chest. She didn't have the strength, but she was ready to go to the last for her son. "I understand you are afraid for his fate, but trust our son. Believe in him, believe that he can do it," said Minato. "You don't understand how hard it will be for him, you were not a Jinchuriki." "They didn't look at you with hatred in their eyes," said Kushina. "Don't get me wrong Kushina, we have to. Don't forget, you and I are also shinobi," said Minato. "Don't tell me about this," the girl shouted. "Come to your senses, thousands of lives are at stake, use your head, dear," said Minato. "Well, he's your son," said Kushina looking at Naruto. "I know, but I'm also Hokage. I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I think our son can handle it, he's strong. After all, he is our child," said Minato. "Okay. But I will go with you," said Kushina. Hirashin again and they are already on the field right in front of the bijou. Which was already crushed by 3 toads. "So let's go," said Minato, starting a long series of seals. Kushina released the chains and bound the bijou as he scattered the toads again. The golden chains bound the bijou and didn't even allow them to really move. "Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin, sealing technique, seal of absorbing dead demons," said Minato. And the god of death appeared behind him. "Minato, what are you doing?" Kushina shouted and spat out a clot of blood from her mouth. "There's no other way. This is the ultimate containment seal. Moreover, he is still small," said Minato. "Who do you want to leave him with?" shouted Kushina. "Shursho Fuin, seal of 4 characters," Minato shouted. Then the Shinigami's hand pierced his stomach and grabbed the bijou, taking half of his chakra. Namely, the in chakra of the Kyuubi Minato sealed into himself. "The chakra drain is unimaginable power," said Minato. Here the Hokage coughed up blood. Kushina placed her son on the altar summoned by Minato and began to wait. The bijou decreased in size and felt that the chains were not quite holding him. Kyuubi raised his paw and sharply lowered it down, wanting to kill the Jinchuriki. Minato jumped under the claw, but he also saw Kushina jump. Namikaze suddenly felt a claw in his chest and then he suddenly kicked his wife. This was the first time he hit her. Kushina flew back from the blow. She rolled on the ground for a couple of meters. The spruce girl raised her head and what she saw amazed her. Spruce Minato stood holding his claw a millimeter from Naruto's heart. "At least don't die, forgive me dear. I love you and I love our son. There will be no one closer to you. Tell Kakashi that I respect him greatly for his spirit. Help our son find the true path." "Hak no Fuin Shiki, seal of 8 characters," shouted Minato. The god of death sealed the Kyuubi's yen chakra into Naruto, who acquired the seal of the 8 elements. The bijou disappeared completely, the chains returned to Kushina again and she began to crawl towards her husband and son. She cried, no, she sobbed with grief. Minato looked at her before dying. And they scratched the back of their heads and ate, smiling. He began to fall. Minato and the girl screamed from the grief that rolled over her. Minato fell on his back and blood flowed from his deep wound. Kushina continued to crawl towards them. The third one who watched this was in shock. After all, the Hokage sacrificed himself, and also sacrificed the fate of his son. Hiruzen went to Kushina along with other shinobi. The third one jumped up to Kushina and picked her up in his arms. "Let Gyo whine Minato's son, let me to them," Kushina said all the time in tears. "A child," Hiruzen shouted. Then Shinobi ran up to him and gave the child into the arms of his mother, who cried a lot and then calmed down in his mother's arms. "My son, you're crying for your dad." "Yes," the girl in Hiruzen's arms said in tears, "so take Minato him," and I went to the hospital. Hiruzen shouted, "Yes." The third Sama, the shinobi, shouted, "Hold on Kushina, now we are already going to the village. Everything will be fine, trust me," Hiruzen said. "I'm barely holding on." Third Sama, "Now yay." Those were the last words before she closed her eyes while hugging her son tightly to her. Wow, what a cutie," Izumi said. She herself was holding back her tears. "After all, I lost my parents." In return, she received the Sharingan, but she didn't need it without her family. Itachi took Kiyomi and Sasuke and was able to lead them out. In addition, the young Uchiha was able to save a girl named Izumi. Itachi became very attached to his little sister and brother. He doted on them. Toka Kiyomi often cried in his arms. And now she was pushing him away from her. Izumi, seeing this, took the girl into her arms. Now they were sitting in the bunker, surrounded by other people. Meanwhile, Mikoto, together with Fugaku, completely brought people right out from under the clutches of the bijou. Managed to save quite a few lives. The rest were either under the rubble or killed outright. "Take her and examine the child, provide the best help, immediately," Hiruzen shouted. Hiruzen ran across the rooftop straight to the surviving ANBU hospital. The regular hospital was destroyed. And here the ANBU came to the meeting. Now, the third said, gritting his teeth. Out of anger, he couldn't run faster at these moments, he regretted that he couldn't be fast like Minato. "Look, she's not crying, Itachi said, smiling. Why is she crying in your arms? Asked Izumi. I don't know, well, she loves her mother very much and does not get off her even during sleep. He sleeps right on it. Looks cute from the outside. Our mother now tries not to even move at night so that she doesn't fall off of her, Itachi said. Wow, you're not an ordinary person with us, said Izumi. Mikoto looked towards the shelter and heard a scream from the side. It was clear from the voice that it was a girl. Help please, the girl screamed. Mikoto turned on her Sharingan and began to look for the girl, or rather her chakra. And here she is. The girl was crushed under a rather large tree and concrete slabs covered her from above. The kunoichi came closer and saw the girl under the rubble. Can you move? Asked Mikoto. No whimper, please help, the girl said, crying. Don't cry now, said Mikoto. Dog, horse, bird, air breakthrough from Mikoto. The equipment blew away everything that was above the girl, raising the rubble to the top. Mikoto jumped to the girl and took her on her shoulder and jumped away. As Mikoto found herself further away, a huge amount of dust from fallen debris rose behind her. Dad, the girl screamed. A corpse appeared from behind the overturned debris. He had no arms or legs, blood oozed from his wounds. That's it, don't cry, Mikoto said gently, closing her eyes. Taking the child with her, Mikoto went to the shelter along the way, examining everything with the Sharingan in search of life. Finding nothing, she went to the shelter. Going inside, the girl screamed. "Mom. Well, come on, beauty," said Mikoto, lowering her from her arms. The people sitting nearby even smiled a little. "Thank you very much," said the woman, hugging the child to her. Mikoto found her children at the end of the hall and went through the crowd to them. People dispersed in front of her, as if they knew where she was going. Mikoto saw her children and ran up and hugged them. Izumi also fell into her arms. The girl was not against a bit of tenderness. "My dears, I was worried. Everything is fine?" asked Mikoto. "Yes Mom, I was able to bear Kiyomi and Sasuke," said Itachi. "Well done, you are a hero in my eyes, son," said Mikoto. And then she stroked Itachi's head, ruffling his hair. Running her hand over his face, Mikoto kissed his forehead. "Well Mom," Itachi turned red. Hi, Izumi laughed a little. "Wow, I didn't notice such a cutie. What is your name?" asked Mikoto. "Izumi Uchiha," said the girl. "Mom, why are you all dirty and have a lot of small wounds?" Itachi asked. "I had to tinker with some, nothing like that, son." "Where's Kiyomi?" said Mikoto. "Mikoto-sama, here she is with me. She just cried in Itachi's arms," said Izumi. "Yes, she is like that, thank you," said Mikoto. And she accepted the child from the girl's arms. "I missed my mother, huh?" asked Mikoto. The girl in her arms laughed loudly and pulled her hands towards Mikoto. "Hokage-sama Gib," shouted a man who ran into the shelter. Mikoto was in shock and couldn't believe what had happened. The first question is, what about Kushina and the child? It was now raining in the Hidden Leaf village. Nature itself mourned the dead. Children, women, old people, completely innocent people. The attack ruined the lives of many. Hiruzen was saddened by the death of his successor. But in his heart he was also glad that he was not mistaken about him. Minato sacrificed his life for the sake of the village. Now he was buried as a hero. At the main cemetery of Konoha, where there are still graves of people from the first warriors, the whole village was there. Everyone wondered what happened to the Hokage's wife. And where is she now? And why didn't she even show up at her husband's funeral? Now the red-haired kunoichi was lying on a hospital bed. She regained consciousness quite recently and it was a hungry Naruto who did it. Kushina ate as she got up from the bed, walked up to the child and took him in her arms. "Come to me, my handsome boy," the girl said, wiping away a tear that had come. Having lowered her robe and giving her son her breast, she began to remember what had happened. The word "death of Minato" echoed in the girl's mind. Kushina remembered his tender kisses in the morning, his words of support. His look. The smile he gave every day. Then Kushina heard the door opening and a girl with black hair was standing on the threshold. It was Mikoto. The girl walked up to the girl's bed and, putting fruit on the nightstand, near the flowers, sat down next to her. Mikoto could no longer hold on and hugged her friend, who couldn't even utter a word. Kushina took the baby away from her breast and cried bitterly on her friend's shoulder. "Cry, dear, don't hold back your cry." "I'm here, honey," said Mikoto. Kushina cried like that for half an hour and fell asleep. Mikoto's shoulder and back were wet from her friend's tears. Mikoto stroked the girl's back and hair while she sobbed with grief. Laying her friend's head on the pillow, Mikoto wiped away all her tears with her handkerchief. Then the black-haired girl saw a little boy lying and not taking his eyes off her. "Oh, what a cutie, come to me," said Mikoto. And she took the child in her arms, bringing him closer to her chest. Naruto lay calmly in her arms. Mikoto began rocking the baby and humming a song to him. After some time, he fell asleep in her arms in a sweet dream. The girl sat down next to her friend and began to wait for her to wake up. The child was in her arms. 2 hours later, Kushina woke up and saw her friend with her child in her arms. To her surprise, Naruto was sleeping. "Did I sleep a lot?" asked Kushina. "Just a little, don't cry anymore, honey. Your milk may become unfit for consumption." "Okay, honey," said Mikoto. "I understand, everything is fine with you, there are no losses," asked Kushina. "Everything is fine, I brought you some food over there, I think it's not cold yet," said Mikoto. "Thank you, please don't leave me," said Kushina and reached for the food. Then she heard a small laugh from her friend. "What?" Kushina asked and looked at herself and realized that she had exposed her beautiful breasts. "Hey scoundrel," Kushina shouted. And quickly covered her chest. Kushina ate and tried to get up. But then she staggered and almost fell down. Mikoto caught her friend and put her back. "You can't, honey. Sit for a day," said Mikoto. "Mikoto, I don't want to be here," said Kushina. "I understand you, but I don't want you to get hurt," said Mikoto. "Kushina-san, are you awake?" asked the guy who appeared in the window. It was Kakashi, Minato's only living student. "Yes, Kakashi. Minato told you that he respects you greatly for not giving up," Kushina said and lowered her gaze. Kakashi's eyes filled with tears and he didn't want to show them to Kushina, so he turned his head away. "Thank you, whimper Kushina-san," said Kakashi. "It was nice in my heart that his sensei remembered him even before his death." "Kushina, don't cry. Don't forget about my words, well," said Mikoto. "Hello, I didn't notice you at all," said Kakashi. "Hello. My name is Mikoto Uchiha," said the girl. "Hatake Kakashi," said the ash-haired one. "Let's get acquainted," said Mikoto. "Kushina-san, Mikoto-san is forced to leave you, the Hokage is calling," said Kakashi. "Who is the Hokage now?" asked Mikoto. "Hiruzen Sarutobi," said Hatake and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. "It was logical," said Kushina. "Indeed," said Mikoto. A boy of about 6 was now sitting on a bench and looking at the sunset. His face expressed seriousness. Red hair defied the laws of physics and the 2 bangs of hair hanging down at the edges of his face made him look like Minato Namikaze. A black-haired girl was sitting next to her, she had standard sandals. Her legs were bandaged underneath. She was wearing a black t-shirt with shoulder-length sleeves and a high collar. On the back was the crest of the Uchiha clan. She had long hair for her age. She was also wearing a gray skirt that did not reach her knees. Threads from the bow, on the skirt, hung from the back of the skirt. There were black bracelets on his hands. A very beautiful girl to say the least. It was Kiyomi Uchiha. The girl did not take her eyes off such a warm moment and at the same time serious boy. How he could be this and that at the same time was amazing. He was wearing a white t-shirt and black pants and shinobi sandals. His eyes are the color of the sky in which you can drown. All this attracted people. What is it? Naruto asked, smiling. Well, you're so serious again and at the same time it's so warm around you, said Kiyomi. You surprise me, sometimes. Near someone it's warm, it's near your mother I'll tell you, said Naruto. Baka, said the girl. Well, okay. Thank you for the compliment. Mom went on a mission today. Somehow she was needed there, Naruto said. Clear, she's strong, I think everything will be fine. Don't worry, said Kiyomi. I hope, said Naruto. You will go to the academy, summer will end soon as you know? Asked the girl. I don't even know what I forgot there, asked Naruto. Well, friends and so on, said the girl. Well, friends and so on, said the girl. I see, come with us, said Mikoto and offered her hand to Naruto. Kushina, it seems to me that you are a fortune teller, thought Mikoto. I came to talk to Kiyomi, said Naruto. By the way, how did you end up here, Naruto-kun? You were training. I saw you at the training ground, asked Mikoto. He looks so much like him, it's simply incredible, thought Mikoto. Hee, it was laughter before his massacre in the house for sure. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled. Mommy, Kiyomi screamed and ran up and hugged Mikoto. Naru, are you discouraging my daughter from the academy or something? Asked Mikoto. The shinobi world is cruel. Soon you will understand this. And then you will be faced with cruelty and an endless circle of hatred, said Naruto. Well, shouldn't children at this age think about games and that's all? Asked girl. To protect people close to me, said Naruto. Well, why are you so striving for power? Asked Kiyomi. You and I are enough, said Naruto. Why is this? Naruto asked. Your mother said, if we're late, let's go to our place, said Mikoto. Naruto thought a little and then he reached out and grabbed Mikoto's hand. Kiyomi began to giggle at Naruto's red face. Naruto pouted. Which only caused him to laugh even more. Well, said Naruto. You are so funny Naruto, said Kiyomi. AI equals 5, indeed Naruto, said Mikoto. Mommy, is Itachi at home? Asked Kiyomi. Yes, daughter. I just don't think he'll say he'll go straight to bed, said Mikoto. Nothing, I know the secret technique, said the girl. So they got to the clan and then to the house. Entering home, Naruto quietly took off his shoes. So Naruto, Kiyomi. Sasuke, wash his hands and go to the table, said Mikoto. At the same time, she shouted Sasuke's name so that he could hear her. Now he was training in the backyard. Naruto walked behind Kiyomi and, after washing his hands, left the room when he bumped heads with Sasuke. Naruto, is that you or something? Sasuke said in shock. Aha, you are so funny, Kiyomi laughed. Such a gentle and kind laugh went through the room. Mikoto of course heard this and smiled. Her daughter was a copy of herself. My soul was crying with happiness. Mikoto couldn't be happier with her children. Even Fugaku recognized Kiyomi, who, since childhood, loved to ride her on himself. Hello friend, Naruto said and, standing up, offered his hand. Which Sasuke shook and stood back up. Hello buddy, you usually come late at night, said Sasuke. After all, I rarely saw Naruto during the day. Although I really wanted to, so she came and threw a ball of paint at me. I got my jacket dirty, Naruto said looking at Kiyomi. Which laughed harder and ran away. Naruto and Sasuke ran after her. Then Kiyomi turned into Itachi's room, who was very angry today that even Sasuke refused. The boys looked into the room and saw Kiyomi jump right onto Itachi's stomach, from which he sharply bent over and woke up. Watu, Itachi shouted, and, seeing Kiyomi, he laughed. "Oh, you naughty girl, I won't let you go now," Itachi said and hugged the girl to him. Haha, the girl laughed. "Why come to me? My father seems to be in that room," Itachi asked, hugging Kiyomi to himself. "They were chasing me," Kiyomi said, pointing at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke's jaws dropped and they ran to Mikoto. After all, Fugaku is unlikely to save them. Mikoto was cooking when two people pressed against her. One with red hair and the other with black hair. "Why are you laughing a little?" said Mikoto. They're trembling," they said, and a kitty appeared around the corner. The cat quickly jumped right at them and then she turned into a girl who made the guys run away. Kiyomi clung to her mother. "Aha," Mikoto laughed. This was the kind of laughter Mikoto had been giving to everyone in the house ever since Kiyomi arrived. Everyone has changed since her appearance. "Let's sit down, and you, daughter, call your father," said Mikoto. "Okay, Mom," said Kiyomi and ran to her father. Kiyomi quietly opened the door to the room of her father, who was sitting and working. Approaching Fugaku's table, she raised her gaze to him. "What is it?" asked Fugaku. "Dad, I have something like this here," the girl said. Then her eyes changed color and two tomo swirled in them. "What?" Fugaku shouted. And getting up from the table and picking up his daughter in his arms, he looked into her eyes. "Where from?" asked Fugaku. "The head of the Uchiha clan has been very angry lately, and all because of a fox attack." But now he was amazed by his only daughter. "Where is my daughter from?" said the head of the clan. He removed his daughter's hair, which at one time covered her beautiful eyes. "Dad, I watched Naruto's training. He attacked himself and now he was pierced by a kunai, and I was very scared," said Kiyomi. And then she pressed herself close to Fugaku. "Well, that's it. Don't worry. You really are a genius," Fugaku said, stroking his daughter on the back. "Dad, my mother called us there to eat," said Kiyomi. "Let's go then," said the head of the clan. Fugaku walked into the kitchen with Kiyomi in his arms, causing Itachi and Sasuke's jaws to hit the table. "We have been waiting for you, let's sit down," said Mikoto. After a wonderful dinner from Mikoto, family members of the clan head began to disperse. Naruto stood up quietly after Itachi left. "Thank you very much, Mikoto-san. Where can I stay with you?" asked Naruto. "Itachi, please take him to the room near our bedroom," said Mikoto. "Okay, Mom," said Itachi. Naruto walked quietly behind Itachi while trying to keep up. "Naruto, here is your room, come in," Itachi said, pointing forward. "Thank you," said Naruto. When already in front, Itachi walked his red hair into the room, he closed the door and went to his room. Naruto, without hesitation, sat down on the sofa which was located right next to the window. Naruto's eyes filled with moisture, tear after tear began to fall onto his clenched fists. Mother still wasn't there. Mikoto, having washed the dishes and put everyone to bed, decided to check on Naruto. "Naruto-kun," the woman said, opening the door. Glance Mikoto fell on the boy, who was sitting on the bed and crying, looking at the sky. Mikoto, without hesitation, went up to the child and hugged him to her. Naruto did not resist and pressed himself against the woman. Such gentle and small hands squeezed her dress. The woman herself quietly stroked the child on the back. "Don't cry, everything will be fine," Mikoto said in the ear of the boy, who continued to shed tears. Mikoto realized that Naruto was very worried about his mother and decided not to leave him. "Mom, what about Naruto?" asked Kiyomi, appearing near the door. 5 minutes after Mikoto discovered such Naruto. Hush, okay, my daughter fell asleep, said Mikoto, and Naruto was sleeping in her arms. Mikoto wanted to put Naruto down, but he pressed himself tightly to her. The woman smiled at this picture. As a result, she lay down on the bed, and Naruto lay next to her, clinging to her. Kiyomi was amazed by what she saw. She felt very sorry for Naruto. The girl came closer and looked at Naruto and then at her mother. Mikoto motioned to lie down next to her. Kiyomi lay down next to her and then they covered her and Naruto with a blanket. Mikoto, hugging the children, decided to fall asleep next to them. Meanwhile, Kushina returned from the mission and first of all went to the training ground where Naruto often visited. Not finding Naruto, Kushina ran to her friend. Finding Naruto's chakra there, she went to the open window and, jumping there, discovered her son. But her eyes widened at the sight before her eyes. Naruto hugged Kiyomi and Mikoto and they slept like that. Kushina hurried away from there before Mikoto discovered her. In the morning Naruto woke up and realized that he was lying next to beautiful girls and he blushed. Mikoto, who had not slept for a long time, saw Naruto's redness and laughed a little. "Thank you Mikoto-san," said Naruto. "Nothing Naruto, it's normal," the woman said and kissed Naruto on the forehead. "And yes Naruto, your mother is back," said Mikoto with a smile on her face. "Thank you," Naruto said and hugged Mikoto as best he could. "You're welcome Naruto, now lie here with Kiyomi." "I'll go cook," Mikoto said and slowly began to get up. "What?" Naruto said quietly and turned his head back. Then he saw Kiyomi who hugged him and slept sweetly. Uzumaki blushed. "Hehe, you are so cute," said Mikoto and hurried away. Naruto was not angry with Kiyomi because she supported him. Naruto lay there and at one moment felt the girl fall out of bed. Standing up sharply, he caught her in his arms. "Heh, but you're like a feather, however," said Naruto. "I'm strong, you understand Baka," said Kiyomi. "Okay son, I'm already tired of these deceptions," said Kushina. "Don't go, Mom," said Naruto. "Mom," said Naruto. Naruto ran up to his mother and hugged her. Kushina reciprocated. She managed to miss her son. "Hello son," Kushina said, turning to her son. Naruto and Kiyomi quickly made the bed and went downstairs. Uzumaki had almost reached the kitchen when he heard someone talking. Quickly recognizing the second voice, Uzumaki ran into the kitchen. "Let's go together, we slept together," said Kiyomi. "Okay Kiyomi, let me fix everything and go," said Naruto. "Naruto, everything will be fine, don't worry." "You have me," said the girl. "I have no doubt about it." "Thank you," Naruto said and lowered the girl onto the bed. "Thank you very much, friend, I don't have and never will have a better person than you," said Kushina. "Come on," said Mikoto. "I saw everything, so don't be modest." "Here's a cake for your tea and we'll go," Kushina said and put the sweet on the table. "It's not worth it, Fugaku and I don't eat painfully sweet things anyway," said Mikoto. "This is not for you, but for that little girl over there," said Kushina and winked at Kiyomi. "It's not for you, but for that little girl over there," said Kushina and winked at Kiyomi. At this moment, someone opened the door and walked in. The girls ran up to the entrance. And they saw Shursui there along with Kiyomi. "I guess I'll go. Naruto still needs to be picked up from the training ground," said Kushina. "It's 10, it's dark outside," she said. Mikoto watching the thunderstorm. "Oh my friend, I've been late, how long have I been there already?" asked Kushina. In the evening it began to rain heavily and there was also a thunderstorm. Kushina was sitting with a friend, discussing the mission. "Mom, I study from your scrolls." "Everything will be fine," Naruto said, going outside. "Okay son, do you need help?" asked Kushina. "Mom, I went to training, I'll definitely come for dinner." "Breakfast was wonderful," Naruto said. "After a wonderful breakfast, I really hope that he will not study this technique," thought Kushina. "Of course, mommy, I'll wait," said Naruto, running away to his place. I'll cook something now. Will you have pancakes? Asked Kushina. So they walked home in silence. Kushina let go of her son. Okay, mom. Naruto said, don't ask me such things again. Well, my loved ones, said Kushina, kissing his son on the forehead. Mom, forgive me, said Naruto. Kushina pressed her son's head to her chest so that he would not see her tears. Naruto already realized that he asked too much. Well, I'm wondering, by the way, did Dad know how to use it? Asked Naruto. Son, why are you interested in this? Asked Kushina. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Seals, Fuin, the god of death, techniques, the death of Minato, all this passed before the girl's eyes in seconds. Great mom, I was able to achieve success in Fuin. I became interested in the seal of the god of death during its use. The one who used it is vulnerable or not? Naruto asked. Son, how are you doing? Asked Kushina. Thank you all very much. I hope Naruto wasn't in the way too much. Goodbye, Kushina said and walked out the door. I understand, but the third one asked me personally, said Kushina. Kushina-san, you should refuse any mission, you have the right to do so, Itachi said. All this is strange, said Fugaku. I don't know, they said they need help. They said there was a strong barrier there, Fuin, but in the end there was nothing of this, it was just an ambush, said Kushina. Hello, and why are they sending you on a mission? Fugaku asked. Hello Fugaku, hello Itachi, said Kushina. Kushina was already walking towards the exit when she saw Fugaku and Itachi. Hello Mikoto-san, Kushina-san here, accept your beauty, said the genius of the clan. Hello Shisui, thank you very much, said Mikoto. Hello, where have you been? Asked Kushina. We trained a little, said Shisui smiling. Okay, let's go for now, I ran, said Kushina. Good luck, friend, said Mikoto. Goodbye Kushina-san, said Kiyomi. Where is she? Asked Shisui. I ran after the child, said Mikoto. I see, okay, I went too. Let's go Kiyomi for now. Goodbye Mikoto-san, said Shisui. Kushina jumped on the roofs and Shisui ran behind her. Who was very surprised by the girl's speed. Now they are already near the training ground and see Naruto. Now they are already approaching the training ground and see Naruto. In one hand he held a blue sphere and in the other a vortex of water was spinning. Futon, Rasengan. Suiton, Hahanryu, water release, furious flow. Both techniques united at one moment, forming a tornado of water. This attack collided with the rock in front with great force and tore it to shreds. Naruto stood on his feet. At one point his legs gave out and he fell. That two techniques are of such a level, the Hokage's son can immediately see, said Shisui. How could he do this? Kushina thought and jumped to her son. We'll have to get to know him, Shisui said, and, after watching the girl take her son, he left. Kushina quickly ran to the house and quickly took off all her son's clothes and went with him into a warm bath. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was lying in a warm bath, and he also felt the gentle hands of his mother. Mom, is it you? Asked Naruto. I am a son, why did you combine the two techniques? Asked Kushina. The scrolls say that the technique is not finished. I decided to add to it, it turned out cool, right? Naruto said and got hit on the head. I'll give you something cool. Completely crazy. I'll take all your techniques, Kushina said. Well, Mom, just think about it, Naruto said. No, son, you can't do that. And in general, how do you know that you have the elements of wind and water? Asked Kushina. Well, I used special leaves that I found from you, said Naruto. Why didn't you tell me that you are already moving on to training technician? Asked Kushina. I don't think that you would agree to such a thing, mommy, said Naruto. What else can you do? Asked Kushina. No, that's it, Mom. I studied these two techniques for a long time, Naruto said, shaking his head sharply. Which caused Kushina to laugh lightly. Son, you're tickling me, stop it, dear ahaha, Kushina laughed. Aren't you going to take my scrolls, huh? Naruto asked, still shaking his head. Stop it, son, aha. Good, but carefully and without a combination, said Kushina. Got it, said Naruto and, turning to face his mother, hugged her. My son, said Kushina, hugging her son to her. In the morning, the Uzumaki Namikaze family woke up and went shopping. We needed food. Mom, is Mikoto-san really an Uchiha? Asked Naruto. Well, of course, why are you asking, son? Said Kushina. Well, she is so warm, and all the other Uchihas are cold, said Naruto. Let's call it a feature, son. When I came for you, you were clinging to her so much, I was already jealous, son, Kushina said, pouting. Ahaha mom, stop it, of course I love you more, Naruto said, holding his mother's hand. I see. What if there are still owners of this element? Naruto asked. Well, the first one was strong not because of his genome, I'll tell you, son, said Kushina. According to stories, the first one captured all the tailed creatures with his help without any problems. Mom, I read a lot about the first Hokage. And I would like to understand how strong his genome was. Naruto asked. Okay, at least this way, said Kushina. Well, okay, I'll go there and finish as an external student, said Naruto. Don't be afraid of responsibility, son. You can do it, I believe in you. Your dad also believed in you, said Kushina. Yes. But Kiyomi and Sasuke are enough for me, said Naruto. Well, you're not a Jinchuriki, so you'll quickly find friends, said Kushina, and she was tormented in her heart cats from the words, Mom, you were a Jinchuriki. Many people misunderstand and hate Jinchuriki. I'm glad that you had such good people as Mikoto-san and your father, said Naruto, but at one time, I dreamed of having many good friends. When the current came to the village. But nothing worked at first, and then Mikoto found me. Then Minato found me, said Kushina. No moms, I have enough of those who are there. Moreover, friends are a responsibility, said Naruto. Son, don't you want to find friends? Asked Kushina. I don't remember that, I have no desire to go there, said Naruto. Son, you know you'll be going to the academy soon, said Kushina, hoping to hear a positive answer. After shopping, they already went home. Son, here is the fruit store, said Kushina, turning to the side. I don't even know what I would do without you mommy, said Naruto. Ahaha, everything is fine son, I understand that you were hurt and scared without me, said Kushina. A white-haired man approached his student's house. Not long ago, it would seem that he was so happy that Minato became Hokage and then a father, and now he has lost him. Sanin drank a lot. Exhaling heavily, Sanin knocked on the door. Today, Kushina, as usual, got up early in the morning to feed her son before training. Having sent her son to training, Kushina decided to get some sleep when someone knocked. The girl opened the door and looked at the guest. Jiraiya-san? Kushina asked in shock. Hello Kushina. And you're still just as beautiful, said Jiraiya. You probably don't know, but wine me wine Nato, Kushina tried to speak through her tears. No need Kushina, I know everything. Forgive me, said Jiraiya, hugging Kushina to himself. Please ask for not helping you. Forgive me about Minato, said Jiraiya. Sanin hugged Kushina to him, stroking her back. I also know from the third about your son. Can I see him? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, his name is Naruto. Now he is there at the training ground, said Kushina, pointing her hand at the training ground. Thank you, can you be carried to bed? Asked Sanin. No, thank you, said Kushina, trying to stay on her feet. No, let's do it like that, said Jiraiya, taking the girl in his arms. Sanin put Kushina on the bed and left. Sanin was approaching the training ground and then he saw a red-haired boy. The hairstyle was a copy of Minato, blue eyes. No antennae. A white jacket over a t-shirt of the same color, black pants and shinobi sandals. The boy ran around the training ground, clearly not noticing the observer. Naruto jogged and then began practicing stances and attacks, using clones as living targets. Sanin was surprised at the boy's abilities. He stood well on his feet and moved well. In addition, he owned a forbidden technique. It was very surprising that Naruto could wield the Rasengan at such a young age. Jiraiya did not want to wait any longer and came out from his secluded place. "Hello Naruto," said Jiraiya. "Hello Jiraiya-san," said Naruto. "Do you know me?" asked Jiraiya. It's hard not to recognize one of the three legendary Sannin. Besides, you are in the photographs with your father. And I know from my mother that you are his mentor, said Naruto. You surprised me, Naruto. You know how to create Rasengan at such a young age. It's very, very worthy, said Jiraiya. Thank you, praise from Sannin is worth a lot, said Naruto. Naruto, I can distract you. Let's go somewhere, said Jiraiya with hope in his voice. Well, of course, if you take me as a student, said Naruto. Ahaha, you're smart. Well, I'll take a look later, said Jiraiya. A test or something? Naruto asked. Well, yes, Sannin smiled. When will we go? Naruto asked. Come on tomorrow, said Sannin. Well, I'll go to the academy tomorrow, said Naruto. Then it's decided we'll go. Tomorrow I'll drop by to see you, Jiraiya said and ran towards the beautiful girls. See you later, Naruto said after Sannin. Naruto finished his training and became thoughtful, /span. So welcome to the academy. I will name names and you will have to come to me. I will also call your teacher, said the shinobi with white hair. Ahaha, no, said Mikoto, they are so cute, especially Kiyomi. I just want to squeeze her in my arms, said Kushina. There is the first row, said Mikoto. Where are yours? Asked Kushina. I see, said Mikoto. Well, yes, this is the first time he used them, said Kushina. Did you teach Kushina? Asked Mikoto. Thank you, Mikoto-san, you look great today, Naruto said and went to his people. Mikoto was surprised and even covered herself with paint. Naruto-kun, over there you are going to go, said Mikoto. Hello friend, hello Fugaku, said Kushina. Hello Naruto-kun, hello Kushina, said Mikoto. The wife of the head of the clan was in a white dress, the sleeves were short, the bottom of the dress reached the girl's knees. There was a beautiful necklace around her neck. There was a bow attached to the belt. Hello Mikoto-san, Fugaku-san, said Naruto as a sign of respect. Naruto is firmly entrenched in the eyes of the girls. The red-haired ones saw the Uchiha family and decided to approach them. They quickly reached the academy where many paid attention to them. Some looked with envy, others with admiration. Naruto washed his hair, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast with his mother. He wore a white jacket with the signs of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans and black pants. A white t-shirt and simple shinobi sandals. Kushina wore a white sleeveless shirt and a blue skirt. That's nice, said Kushina. I'm glad, of course mommy, said Naruto. Aren't you happy, son? Asked Kushina. I have a busy day, however, said Naruto. Let's get up, son. I prepared it there, then we'll celebrate this matter. And in the evening, Jiraiya-san occupied you, said Kushina. Good morning mom, said Naruto. Ahaha son, you are so funny, Kushina laughed. Naruto opened his eyes a little and fell out of bed. Son, get up, dear, the academy is waiting. Kushina screamed. The next day began with the mother screaming right in her ear. I need scrolls with the techniques of the first. But stealing is not the same thing at all. I wonder if I will have time to sneak in and copy the scrolls. Then it's decided I'll go after tomorrow and try to copy them. Naruto ended up in the same class with Sasuke and Kiyomi. There were other children, but for Naruto they meant nothing. Here are 3 classes standing behind their teachers and listening to the Hokage's speech about the will of fire. After listening, everyone followed the teachers into the classrooms. Hello children, as you probably heard, my name is Yumino Iruka. I will be your sensei until you leave here with shinobi headbands. Iruka began his speech. I would like to tell you right away that today we will get to know everyone and go our separate ways. And tomorrow is school. We will give you books in the second lesson. Come to the same office at 8 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps I'll start and then I'll call you. My name is Iruka Yumino. I love my village. My dream is to become an academy director. My goal for the coming years is to make you excellent shinobi ready for the harsh reality outside the village, said Iruka. So, the first one on our list. Naruto is just he watched and listened to who was talking about what, he was interested. People unfamiliar to Naruto came out and talked about falling in love with him. Which made the red-haired man shocked. They also confessed to Sasuke, but he somehow didn't care. Kiyomi Uchiha, said Iruka. The black-haired timidly stepped forward, a little embarrassed by the looks of others. But seeing Naruto Kiyomi's smile, it became easier. My name is Kiyomi. I love my parents and brothers. I want to protect them from any threats. I love watching nature dawn. The dream is to become a strong kunoichi and not let your parents down, said Kiyomi. Well done Kiyomi, sit down, said Iruka. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Iruka. At these words, everyone looked at the red-haired man slowly descending. My name is Naruto. I love my parents. I want to protect them from any threats. I love to read and exercise. No dreams, said the red-haired one. Okay Naruto, sit down, said Iruka. So, that's all. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning in the same office, I'll ask you not to be late, said Iruka. Naruto came out and saw Kiyomi running up and hugging her mother, and Sasuke standing to the side, but he was also sharply pressed to himself. Uzumaki could not look any further as he was suddenly grabbed and pressed to himself. Ahaha mom, Naruto laughed. Sorry I'm a little late, said Kushina/Span, you little doves, maybe that's enough already. So tell each other let's go, said Sasuke. Kushina and Mikoto started laughing. Well, I wondered what others were thinking about now, said Naruto. Naruto, you still went to the academy, said Kiyomi, slightly pushing Uzumaki on the shoulder. Sometimes this girl had 2 temperaments, one from Mikoto and the other from Kushina. I don't mind, friend, Kushina said. Let's come to us, said Mikoto. It's okay mommy, where to go now? Naruto asked with a smile on his face. It wasn't like that, that's what Naruto said, Kiyomi said, but Naruto was silent. You even said words word for word, said Sasuke. Naruto, why are you silent? Asked Kiyomi. Spending time with you once again was one of the best opportunities at the academy. In some ways he is right, said Naruto. Ahaha, Sasuke laughed. Well, Sasuke, you got me, Kiyomi attacked after these words. The girl quickly threw him to the ground. Sasuke tried to resist, but laughed more. Naruto didn't want Sasuke to get bruises and grabbed the girl by the waist and quickly moved her away from his friend. Naruto, let me go, I'll beat him, Kiyomi screamed. Are you really an Uchiha, Kiyomi huh? Naruto said in shock. The women laughed more and more and they reached the house of the head of the clan. Mikoto led the children into the room and went to cook with her friend. What are we going to do? Asked Kiyomi. Let's go or leave the shurikens, said Sasuke and opened the door. We quickly got to the backyard and Sasuke handed out 10 shuriken and kunai to everyone. Are we just doing this or what? Asked Naruto. Let the one who hits the least will be on duty for the winner, said Kiyomi. Let's do it this way, said Sasuke. AI equals 16, everyone started throwing their throwing weapons. The result was not comforting for Kiyomi. She hit with 10 kunai and 9 shuriken. Shursui will kill me, she thought, and looked at her brother who had it worse. He hit with 7 kunai and 6 shuriken. Naruto also hit with 9 kunai and 9 shuriken. Naruto throws the last shuriken and spins it to such an extent that it flew around the target in an arc and came forward. Then Naruto throws his last kunai and, taking the shuriken with him, the weapon is driven into the post. Well, 10 kunai and 9 shuriken, said Naruto. Are you serious? Said Sasuke in shock. Haha, you have 2 watches, said Naruto. I can do that too, said Sasuke. And he took the kunai and shuriken. He threw it in the same way, but because of the ricochet, the kunai flew right at Kiyomi in her face. The girl closed her eyes. She completely forgot that she could walk away or duck down. Then she felt something warm running across her face. Taking the liquid with her hand, she realized that it was blood. What happened here? Mikoto and Kushina asked in shock. Naruto held the kunai with his hand right in front of Kiyomi's face. The girl looked in front of her and saw a kunai sticking out of Naruto's hand. Naruto, is everything okay? Asked Kiyomi. Haha, yeah, I didn't think that Sasuke was on half. Can repeat my trick, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Sorry Naruto, said Sasuke. Naruto, Mikoto shouted and ran up with Kushina and looked at the hand where the weapon was sticking out. Son, Mikoto said sternly. Mikoto-san, everything is fine, Naruto said, tugging the woman by her blouse. Now it will hurt, son, but then I will close the wound, said Kushina. Come on, I'm used to wounds, said Naruto. I equals 5, now, said Kushina. At that moment Mikoto snatched the kunai from her hand and Kushina began to heal him with her mystical hand. The women were also surprised that it was not the mystical hand that quickly restored her, but an incomprehensible red chakra from the treatment of which even steam came out. Well, that's it son, said Kushina. Yeah, thank you very much mom, Mikoto-san, said Naruto. Okay, let's go eat, said Mikoto. Please forgive me Naruto. Kiyomi, Kushina-san, mom, said Sasuke, bending his head down. Yes, everything is fine, I'll show you this current trick, it's of no use in battle, said Naruto. Since Naruto says that everything is fine, then Sasuke-kun is fine, said Kushina. Well, son, okay. Since Naruto has forgiven us, we will forgive you too, said Mikoto. Naruto thought and turned back and saw Kiyomi, in whose eyes the Sharingan with 2 tomo was burning. Her face was covered in blood and she was trembling slightly. Kushina also noticed this and ran up, crouched in front of her and wiped the blood from the girl's face with her handkerchief. Mikoto stood in shock at her daughter's eyes. Even the genius of the Itachi clan awakened them at the age of 8. Everything is fine, don't worry, said Kushina. Daughter, why didn't I know about your Sharingan, said Mikoto, standing in shock from her daughter's eyes. Thank you Kushina-san, you can, said Kiyomi. Come on, she loves you very much, know that. You were and are her dream, Kushina said in the girl's ear, which made her smile. Mom, forgive me, I didn't want you to worry about this, said Kiyomi, running up and hugging her mother. You and I are very similar, but as a mother, said Mikoto. You have something like that. I have, in the rain, I combined the technique of 2 high ranks. If I had made a mistake there and done everything unevenly, I would have lost my hands, said Kushina. I love you very, very much, I love everyone, you tell me everything, said Mikoto. She was ashamed that she did not know about the current. I didn't want to bother you mommy, said Kiyomi, snuggling more and more tightly to her mother. Well, I didn't even know about your eyes, said Mikoto. Mom, don't say that, I love you with all my heart. Kushina-san is just very fast, said Kiyomi. I would have run up, my daughter, but someone was ahead of me, forgive me for the mistake, I'm a bad mother, said Mikoto. Your daughter is just very kind and caring, she worries about you and doesn't want to bother you. Therefore, I was silent, understand her feelings, said Kushina. Who now has 3 children and who has 1, said Mikoto. Aha, don't scold me, friend, because advice, said Kushina. I won't. Well, I'll talk to this naughty girl later, said Mikoto and began to tickle Kiyomi. After sitting in pleasant company, Naruto decided that it was time to leave. Thank you very much Mikoto-san for the pleasant dinner, said Naruto. Where are you going? Are you leaving then? Asked Mikoto. Yes, we need to go about business, said Naruto. Okay then, go, said Mikoto. Naruto had already opened the door when someone tugged at his jacket. It became obvious to Uzumaki who it was. You are leaving again Naruto, said Kiyomi. Well, I promised the man, said Naruto. And if you promise me something, will you fulfill it 100%? Asked Kiyomi. Yes, said Naruto. I'll come up with something like that, said Kiyomi. Of course, I'll wait until then, Naruto said and left. Having reached the house in the kitchen, he found the Sannin with a drink. Jiraiya-san, where are we going? Asked Naruto. Well, it's nice to go to the springs in the evening, we'll just celebrate your arrival, said Jiraiya. Grandson, tell me about your elements, said Jiraiya. I started this a long time ago, I'll tell you, said Sannin. How long did you do this? Asked Naruto. You know, you are the first one who was able to do this, with the help of words, the others beat me, said Jiraiya. Well, Naruto, Jiraiya said and slid down feeling guilty. Well, Jiraiya-san is someone's sister or mother, perhaps a daughter. You would be pleased if your family was looked after like that, Naruto said. Well, you will understand me later, said Jiraiya. Why are you spying on girls then? Said Naruto. Well, I'm collecting material, so to speak, for my book, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya-san, what are you doing there? Asked Naruto. Wow, I'm right now, Sannin said and climbed onto the wall. So they reached the springs and sat in the hot waters, enjoying the moment. Naruto drank juice and Jiraiya drank sake. They talked about quite a lot, but at one moment a girl's cry was heard. We'll fix anything, said Jiraiya. I don't have enough techniques at the moment, said Naruto. It's amazing that I have 3 elements at your age, said Sannin. Jiraiya-san, I have 3 elements, water, earth and wind, said Naruto. Jiraiya sharply pressed Naruto to him and patted him sharply on the head. So Naruto is like a grandson to me or something? Thought Sannin. This is so sensei, you have become a father to me, said Minato. If you think about it, Minato was like a son to me, Jiraiya thought. Jiraiya and Naruto left the village and walked straight to the springs as Sannin thought. Naruto, I've been thinking about this for a long time and came to this conclusion. It doesn't matter what a person does during life, but what matters is what he did before he died. And if you think like that, then I haven't done anything good, my life is full of disappointment, Sannin said, instantly becoming serious. I think there is truth in these words. But it's too early for me to know about this, Naruto said. That's also true, and yes, I have the same thing for you, if you can go to those ladies over there and distract them while I take pictures. Then you will become my student, said Jiraiya, rubbing his hands. My father also passed such a test. Asked Naruto. Yes, he was scared there, said Sannin. Well, you will teach me powerful techniques, said Naruto, leaving/span. You can see my friend right away, said Naruto, which made Kiyomi pouted/span. Shursui, to whom did you leave everything? It would be better if I died, Itachi thought as someone entered his yard. Itachi was sitting in the yard, his best friend Shursui had recently died. Also Kiyomi, who asks about him every day. After all, she was a student. Shursui often loved to carry her in his arms and delight her with sweets. Kiyomi quickly became attached to the clan's genius. Well, okay, see you tomorrow, said Kiyomi. Don't be offended, that's how it is. Yes, I'm going to the training ground, said Naruto. Bad question, sister, he's at the training ground, said Sasuke. Where are you going now, Naruto? Asked Kiyomi. Well, let's see you tomorrow, said Naruto. Naruto approached the Uchihas. So students, for today, your homework is to write down interesting information about the kages of other villages, for this use the Konoha library. I'll check it tomorrow. Sasuke Uchiha and Kiyomi Uchiha are on duty today, Yumino finished his speech. The school days flew by, as always, quickly and unnoticeably. They were very boring, but Naruto, as the son of the Hokage, had to sit and listen. Here comes the new school year. To Naruto's surprise, no one gave him the opportunity to take the exam as an external student. Whether the Hokage was against it or whether Kushina had worked was unknown to Naruto. The academy for Naruto was a waste of time in no other way. The days flew by very quickly. Uzumaki didn't even have time to turn over the calendar at times. In winter, Naruto attended Kiyomi's birthday party on December 18th. And he had nothing else interesting. Then Uzumaki had a vacation during which he completely devoted himself to training. Kiyomi came to him to sharpen him from the training ground. A week has passed since Naruto had quite busy days. From morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the academy then has at least an hour more lessons and more training. If Sannin wasn't busy, he was training Naruto. If on the contrary, then Naruto trained according to the first and second scrolls. Okay, said Sannin. Hey Itachi, here you go. Shursui left this, said a shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Yes, keep the words of your friend, tell him to the Anbu and let them help too, said another. No, nothing, Itachi answered rudely. Span, the genius of the clan went out the window. He quickly went downstairs and began entering each house. Itachi appeared in the house. As soon as Mikoto left, Itachi stood up and dressed in Anbu clothes. Today is a terrible night. Itachi thought about killing, the top allowed him to leave only one. There was a choice of Mikoto, Kiyomi and Sasuke. Mikoto definitely won't agree to live instead of the children. Kiyomi will not be able to live with such hatred and will break. In addition, it will be used as an incubator for the Uchiha. Itachi decided to leave only his brother. Although he was not completely sure. Mikoto sat like that with Itachi until he fell asleep. As Itachi fell asleep, Mikoto put him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. It was already night in the yard. Kissing her forehead, she turned off the lamp and walked out the door. I love you, Mom, Itachi said. I love you son, said Mikoto and kissed Itachi on the forehead. She often did this with her children. Mom, Itachi said quietly again and hugged his mother tighter. Everything is fine, son. As a mother, I love you very, very much. I will try to support you in any decision you make. And I know, son, you are not to blame for Shursui's death because you were best friends. I know, son, said Mikoto. Mom, Itachi said quietly. Tears came from Itachi's eyes. The genius of the clan gave way. Mikoto fell to her knees with her son. Now his head was near his mother's chest. Son, tell me everything, open your soul. Let me take away your pain, said Mikoto. Mikoto ran up to her son and now Itachi was looking at his mother's belly. The woman pressed Itachi's head to her. Son, did something happen? Mikoto asked. Itachi turned around and walked into the house. There he angrily went to the second floor. Mikoto saw her son's face and followed him. The woman opened the door and saw her son sitting silently. This clan is rotten from the inside, Itachi said and threw a kunai right at the wall with the clan's coat of arms. Itachi, Fugaku shouted. Seeing that his son already wants to finish them off. Itachi quickly jumped up to the one who was speaking and kicked him out of the yard. Itachi hit the second one right in the nose, the third tried to hit Itachi in the stomach, but was blocked. Itachi makes the blow so simple, Uchiha easily read it and went down, but his knee was already waiting for him there. The third Uchiha also fell from Itachi's blow. Yes, said Shinobi and all three looked back with an activated Sharingan in 3 volumes, why not say it straight? After all, you blame me for this, said Itachi. Itachi squeezed the letter and looked at the three underformed Uchiha. "Ooh Itachi, with what destinies I still remember you from the cradle," said the old grandfather. A horizontal blow that forced the insides to come out, and the grandfather began to choke in blood. "In your own blood." "For what?" the grandfather said quietly. "No father," said a guy of about 20 who ran into the room. Again a blow from the katana that left a mark on the guy's chest, finishing his life in seconds. Itachi left the house because he no longer felt life in her. Without going far, Itachi went into the next building. "Wow, what a baby we have," said the mother, holding her 1-year-old child in her arms. "Yes, honey, he is beautiful," said her husband. This was their first child, which they had been waiting for so long. Itachi suddenly appeared from behind and ended the mother's life with one blow. The child began to fall and scream. The father of the family stood up abruptly and immediately received a penetrating wound directly to the heart. The child was still screaming. Itachi approached and quickly ended the child's suffering. Once again the genius of the clan went to the next building. There was a lonely grandmother there, who also knew Itachi since childhood. "Ooh Itachi, didn't think that you would come to us. Why are you in ANBU clothes?" asked the elderly woman. A vertical blow that almost split the woman's head into two, and again Itachi went into another building. The lights in the Uchiha houses slowly began to fade. Where there was no light, there were only corpses. Itachi entered the house again and saw 3 children and 1 mother there. "Hello, you need someone, we didn't do anything," the girl said and hugged the children to her. "Mom, protect us," the girl screamed. "Mom, I will protect you," said the guy, clearly the eldest of them and the bravest. He ran up to Itachi and immediately received an elbow strike to the nose. And then a finishing, penetrating wound to the lung. The cold began to penetrate the child's breath. The woman rushed to her child and bent down in front of him. The girl began to shed tears over the corpse of her son. The blow and the girl's head flies off her shoulders and falls on the corpse of her son. The remaining children got scared and began to run into the corners of the room. A jump blow that cut the girl's back and she broke the whip with her corpse. Another girl covered herself with a blanket and tried to hide. Itachi inflicted a penetrating wound directly on the girl's head, punching her through. The blood covered the canvas, coloring it dark red. Itachi left again and ended up in another building. Everyone was already asleep there. Itachi quickly killed them. They only woke up from pain at the last moment. Itachi again entered the building. It was the house of his girlfriend Izumi. The girl was sitting on the sofa and getting ready for bed. But when she saw Itachi, she ran up to him and hugged him. "Itachi, what are you doing here and why are you covered in blood?" the girl asked. "I want to tell you something," said Itachi. "What about my dear?" asked Izumi. I love you very much. But we are not destined to be together. Our clan was planning a coup if it happened. If there was a civil war in the village, innocent people would die. There would be a lot of deaths and then other villages would find out about it, then they would attack us and finish us all off. That's why I chose the death of our clan instead of other lives, said Itachi. Izumi was silent for a long time. I love you Itachi, I'm glad that my boyfriend is like this. Who puts the lives of others above his own. I'm glad I was able to be with you. I know about Shursui. I know it's not you. Thank you for telling the truth, said Izumi. Then Itachi's sword pierced her back. Tears of pain came from his eyes, and blood flowed profusely from his mouth. Izumi, who did not think that she would die today, accepted death in the arms of her beloved, from whom she died. I love you Itachi and Shursui and I will watch over you, said Izumi. Look into my eyes, my love, said Itachi in tears. Look into my eyes, my love, said Itachi in tears. And Sasuke-san, don't forget about him, said Mikoto. I ask you to protect Kiyomi, said Fugaku. You have nowhere to retreat, you have made a choice, said Fugaku. Itachi's hand trembled and could not even move as the head of the clan. I am disappointed in you. Well, as a father, I am glad that I have such a son. Well, you chose your side, do your thing. Said Fugaku. I see, that means you chose the village instead of your clan, said Fugaku. So mom, dad, the thing is. Itachi said. Itachi took his mother's hand and led her along. Mikoto went to get her son. They came into the hall where Fugaku was already sitting. Mom, let's go, I need to talk to you, said Itachi. Son, what happened? The girl said and ran up to him. Suddenly the woman heard footsteps and saw Itachi, who was covered in blood. Mikoto could not sleep. At first, for the first time, the angry Itachi, also the children were delayed. She couldn't sleep. Oddly enough, even Fugaku wasn't sleeping. Itachi laid the girl's body on the bed and wiped away her tears, squeezed her hand for the last time and left. Over his beloved girl, who doted on him. But the worst thing was the murder of his mother, the one who gave birth to him. Who loved and reassured him. She treated wounds and hugged. Spent sleepless nights with him. Itachi couldn't figure out how to do this, and most likely he wouldn't even be able to raise his hand to her. Izumi looked into Itachi's eyes and saw a world in which she and Itachi were together. She was happy there and had children. While she saw the illusion, the girl died. Itachi shed tears over her for at least 5 more minutes. Large, dark room, silence, which was only interrupted by Itachi, whose tears dripped onto the floor. Itachi did not understand how to kill his family, how to kill his loved ones. His action will not be praised, under any circumstances. Nobody will understand him. Yes, even he himself did not understand why he was doing all this. Mikoto began to suspect that Itachi would not leave Kiyomi alive, since he once hinted that he would be the only one alive. She quietly folded the seals: tiger, goat, rat, horse, boar, rabbit. Then Itachi decided. He swung his sword sharply, while his head was at the end of his head. The katana ran sharply along Mikoto's back. Blood instantly appeared in her mouth. The cold slowly entered her consciousness. It was incredibly painful. Mikoto began to cry. Then Fugaku sharply presses her to himself. I love you, dear, I love you, said Fugaku, who began to cry from the loss of his beloved. Fugaku still remembers how long it took to win the heart of this girl. When she told him yes, he was in 7th heaven. The most beautiful kunoichi and also not the weakest of the clan told him yes. I love you, darling. I'm now using the soul transformation technique quietly, said Mikoto. At that moment, her soul flew away to an unknown direction. Again a blow from the katana, this time horizontal, from which Fugaku fell over his wife's body. Fugaku died almost instantly, covering his wife. Naruto was now sleeping, and then he suddenly finds himself in an unknown place. It was light all around and had no limitations. Mikoto-san, said Naruto in shock. Naruto-kun, I can't hold the technique for long, said Mikoto and fell to her knees. Naruto ran up and, falling to his knees, looked into the face of Mikoto, who smiled at such a gesture. Naruto, I ask you to protect Kiyomi. Can I ask this of you? You always keep your promises. Perhaps I'm asking too much, I'm sorry, said Mikoto while breathing. Mikoto-san, of course, I will protect you too, said Naruto. It's too late, Naruto, I'm already dead. I was able to use this forbidden technique of eating said Mikoto. No, it can't be. Who it is? Asked Naruto. Please, Naruto, open the eyes of my children. Let them not fight with each other. I myself decided to die at the hands of Itachi. This is our choice with my husband. Itachi did this for their sake, said Mikoto, and Naruto's face expressed shock. Tears have already left his eyes. Mikoto Whimper-san, how can this be? Asked Naruto. Don't worry Naruto-kun about the dead, think about the living. Especially about those who have no love. You look so much like your father. Always trying to protect everyone. You should have seen his face when he couldn't save his students. You look just like Minato. I think he's proud of you. Continue the path of your father Naruto-kun, said Mikoto. Definitely Mikoto-san, I'm sorry I couldn't save you. You meant a lot to me, Naruto said. Thank you, goodbye Naruto. I love you, be sure to pass on my words to the children, Mikoto said before disappearing. Naruto wiped away his tears and came out of consciousness. Uzumaki abruptly put on his white t-shirt and pants and jumped out the window. Where are you going, son? Kushina asked after her running son. Naruto quickly ran towards the Uchiha quarter. My feet sometimes stumbled. And tears began to flow from their eyes with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Kiyomi and Sasuke were already running along the block straight to the house. So you'll look at the second one, I'll look at the first one, said Sasuke. Got it, be careful, said Kiyomi. Sasuke immediately he looked into the hall and, opening the doors, found the corpses of his parents, and Itachi stood behind them. No, no, Mom, Dad, who did this? What does all this mean, brother? Sasuke shouted in tears. Then a kunai flew by and cut Sasuke's ear. Ah, brother, what are you doing? Who killed our parents? What does all of this mean? Sasuke was still screaming, little stupid little brother, I did it. I tested my skills and strength. You would know how nice it was to kill all these filthy clanmates, and how doubly nice it was to kill your parents, Itachi said with a predatory smile. I don't believe it, I don't believe Mom and Dad loved you, you couldn't. Sasuke kept hoping that this was a bad dream. Kiyomi heard screams and went downstairs. Look, Itachi said and activated his eyes. Showing the death of his clanmates, Itachi did it most cruelly so that hatred would settle in the soul of his brother. Sasuke fell to the floor, drool began to flow from his mouth, and everything was swimming in his eyes. Tears flowed freely from his eyes as he saw his family being killed. Then the color in Sasuke's eyes changed and one tomo began to spin downwards. Kill your best friend and you got eyes like mine. At that moment Itachi activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then come to me, Itachi said. He tried to say something to Sasuke and passed out. Then Kiyomi entered the room. She immediately ran up to her brother and began to try to wake him up. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Said Kiyomi, not yet seeing her grief is much more than unconscious. Brother, Kiyomi, a bass voice sounded and Itachi immediately appeared 2 meters from her. Brother, what's going on here? Where is Mom? Where is Dad? What about Sasuke? Kiyomi asked in fear, looking at Itachi. You must understand, your life is worthless. You cannot live with hatred in your soul. After all, you are worthless and you only have games and jokes in your head. Only your parents needed you, Itachi said. No, don't say that, brother. I love you. What kind of hatred? Kiyomi asked and immediately received a blow to the chest from her leg, causing her to fly into the wall. Kiyomi shook her head slightly and looked forward. At that moment he stood sideways to her, pointing his katana at the corpses. Quickly saying 2 times 2, Kiyomi got on all fours and began to walk towards her parents. There was a trail of tears behind her. No Itachi, brother, no, Mom, Dad, no Itachi. How so? Kiyomi said quietly, all in tears, crawling forward. You are a nonentity, your outcome is death, Itachi said. Sasuke heard all this, he could not do anything. Itachi again kicked Kiyomi in the head, this time causing her to fly back to the wall. No, don't touch her, please, brother, Sasuke said quietly, stretching his hand towards his sister. Brother, no, why? Please tell me that you are lying, the girl sobbed from mental and physical pain. Die, said Itachi and, holding his sword in front of him, jumped to Kiyomi. No, Sasuke screamed, he couldn't even move a finger. First there was the sound of the katana penetrating the flesh, and then it collided with the tree, punching it through. Kiyomi only managed to close her eyes, it was mega fast. Kiyomi suddenly felt that she was still alive and something very warm was flowing down her face. Ka, someone coughed while spitting out a large amount of blood. Kiyomi looked up and saw Naruto, his chest was pierced from covering it with himself. At the same time, allowing himself to be pierced in order to redirect the katana. He was able to do this and the katana stuck a centimeter from the girl's head. Naruto's white t-shirt was covered in his blood and there was blood coming from his mouth. The fire of life began to fade in the eyes. Naruto felt the cold coming towards him. Naruto, it's you, Itachi said quietly, looking at who he punched. No Naru, Kiyomi screamed all in tears, /span, do you want to die, let me deal with him, Naruto's voice screamed inside, no dear, is that you Minato? Said Kushina. Naruto scratched the back of his head with his bloody hands, and then smiled like Minato did in his time, Naruto? Itachi? Son, nope, Kushina screamed, shocked by the situation. Without family, we are nothing, the most important thing in our life is family. There are no bonds stronger than family, said Naruto. That she had a Sharingan from where? I did not know about it. And now there's also Mangekyo, Itachi said. Naru is gone, Kiyomi said quietly and fell unconscious. Kiyomi trembled all over from such cold touches of Naruto's hands for the first time. There was incredible pain in my soul. Kiyomi had two languid ones, and then they sharply spun and formed the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the center of the eye there was a circle where a trio of arcs converged to form an unusual pattern. Don't cry, tears don't suit you, Naruto said and let go of the katana he was holding in his hands. His hands were covered in blood and bleeding profusely. Uzumaki stroked Kiyomi's face, removing her tears, leaving a bloody trail. Naruto suddenly moved into the subconscious, now he stood in front of the cage. Quickly passing the bars, Naruto went into the depths. And there was the fox himself. He was completely covered in mokutan, trees were breaking through him everywhere. It also had an unusual red gate that held the body and tails of the bijou. The fox appeared like this when he got here, he had never been in such a bad subconscious. Even Kushina and Mito had it better. What do you want? Naruto asked. Little one, free me, stop training your mokutan on me. Give me freedom, little creature. Now you're going to die, the fox shouted. I know, that's why I came here, said Naruto. What? Screamed the fox. Naruto jumped sharply and touched his head fox, and then back. At the same time, a red thread of chakra remained behind him. The Uzumaki was covered with bijou chakra, the entire mokutan suddenly left, and the gate also disappeared. Now the fox was just lying on the water. Kushina, seeing the sight of her son, released chains that quickly reached Itachi and were able to drive him away from Naruto. Itachi understood that the meeting with Kushina Uzumaki could end very badly. And this was not in Itachi's plans. The genius of the clan stepped back and looked at his relatives who were unconscious. What have you done, Itachi? They all loved you. What kind of person are you? Kushina screamed, she was in pain just from the sight of her best friend. Okay, then I'll leave the two of them to you, Kushina-san, Itachi said, and putting on a black cloak and an Anbu mask disappeared. Sasuke stood up and walked up to his sister and hugged her from behind. Kushina, not sparing her tears, began to cry right above her friend's head. Kiyomi couldn't stand it either and pressed herself against her mother's cold hand. It was so bad at heart, just recently one touch of her mother's hands made Kiyomi happy, but now she was gone. Kushina walked over to her friend's body and threw off her husband's body. Sitting down next to her, Kushina put her friend's head on her lap, shadow cloning, said Kushina, and the clone followed Sasuke. The clone picked up Sasuke and carried him towards the original. Kiyomi, Naruto, Kushina-san ate, Sasuke said, getting up. Okay, said Kushina, and took the girl with Naruto and went to Mikoto. Kushina-san, please take me to my mother, the girl said. Let's come here, Kushina said, and took Kiyomi under her other arm and pressed her to her. And Naru, mom, dad, brother, Kiyomi said quietly. I love you mom, I'll try hard, said Naruto. I love you son, don't do that again my dear, said Kushina, shedding tears. On my son. Mom, everything is fine, said Naruto, and at that moment they pressed him. Kushina ran up to her son and, lifting his bloody t-shirt, saw that there was no wound there at all. She was shocked. Naruto sat and shed his tears. Kushina now realized how close Mikoto was to her. They were like sisters. Mikoto was ready to do anything for Kushina, and she for her. Just recently they sat with the children, playing with them, when they were still eating on their feet. Mikoto often comforted her after losing Minato. Once he and his friend reached bed in a fit of emotion. Where we spent the whole day in each other's arms, giving affection to each other. Kushina had never thought before how much she loved affection. Kushina understood that everything was not clean here because when she was running after Naruto, out of the corner of her eye she saw Danzo walking in the Uchiha area. There were also Anbu who did something with the corpses. A couple of people noticed her. Kiyomi pressed herself against her mother's hand, trying to understand why she was doing all this. Why exactly did she die? Sasuke himself sobbed over the body of his mother and father. After all, he loved them very much. Itachi's betrayal turned him around. Sasuke saw clearly how Naruto saved his sister and decided that he would never do it. After all, Naruto is ready to give his life for his family. And Sasuke would like happiness for his sister. So the four sat near the bodies. Kushina felt pain from the sight of Kiyomi trying to hug her mother. So I need to take them all away, I have to. Shadow cloning, said Kushina. Kushina wiped the blood near her friend's mouth with her handkerchief and lowered her head from her lap. Sorry friend, I'll stay with you for a while. But now I have to save our children, said Kushina. One clone took Sasuke, another Naruto, and she herself took Kiyomi. After all, Kiyomi didn't even want to leave. Fearing for Kiyomi's psyche, Kushina tore the girl from her mother's body. They all came out at once and ran towards the exit. Kushina saw the Anbu again, and now it became clear that they were collecting their eyes. The Anbu saw them and quickly jumped after them. Suddenly something black flashed and the heads of two Anbu flew down. Run, said Itachi. But why? Asked Kushina. I am a creature, not a person. Run, said Itachi again, killing the rude Anbu. Kushina ran along the roofs, and she had already jumped over the Uchiha walls as a detachment of Anbu root and Danzo himself appeared in front of her. Itachi did not keep his promise, however, said Danzo. Naruto and Kushina heard this, so Sasuke and Kiyomi slept. What other promise? Said Kushina. It doesn't matter, Danzo said and gave the command. All the root Anbu launched explosive seals at her to kill everyone. Then something red and huge stood in the way of the kunai. The kunai were easily deflected by the unknown shield. Then Itachi appeared near Kushina and the children. Danzo, let them go, or otherwise I will tell all the dirty deeds of Konoha to other villages. I will tell the whole truth about you to the third. Better let them go, Itachi said. Uchiha, what do you think of yourself? Danzo shouted. You are the defender of the village, you must understand what all this will lead to, said Itachi. Okay, go, said Danzo. Susanoo suddenly disappeared. Go, I'll cover you, Itachi said, pushing Kushina. So they passed. Itachi escorted Kushina to their house. When Kushina and the children crossed the barrier, Itachi left. Kushina brought the children in and, after examining each one, laid them on the bed next to her. Kiyomi was still shuddering and tears were flowing from her eyes. "Everyone calm down, dear, that's enough," Kushina said to Kiyomi. At the same time, stroking her back. "Mom, she died," Kiyomi said quietly and pressed herself against Kushina's chest. "Honey, you must be strong. Your mother would not want to see your tears." She tried to calm Kushina. "I am weak, worthless, and there are only jokes in my head. I don't want to live without her," Kiyomi said quietly. "No, that's not true," said Kushina. "Itachi said that I was needed by my current parents and he's right. He's right in everything. It would be better if he killed me," said Kiyomi. "No, that's not so. You are a little sunshine. I need you, believe me. Your mother dreamed about you. Do you think she would want you dead?" "That's right, no," said Kushina, stroking the girl's hair. "I need you," said Naruto lying next to her. "Naru," said Kiyomi and turned to face the red-haired one, remaining in Kushina's arms. "Your mother came to me before she died. She conveyed to you too that she loves you very much. Loves you all, Sasuke, Itachi," said Naruto, and Kushina was simply in shock. "How to understand this?" "Itachi killed her," asked Sasuke. "She also said that you wouldn't even think about fighting with your brother. After all, she herself decided to die at the hands of Itachi," said Naruto. Kiyomi, Sasuke and Kushina were simply in shock. "How? I wanted to kill him. To avenge my parents, and here you are saying this. Why did our parents die? For what?" Sasuke asked. "So you will have to understand Itachi's action. You will have to get answers from him without killing. After all, this is your mother's last wish," said Naruto. "Naruto, tell me what I should do," asked Sasuke. "Find Itachi and find out everything," said Naruto. "Why did she come to you?" asked Kushina. "As I understand it, this is because Kiyomi is not indifferent to me," said Naruto. "Well then, it turns out Kiyomi told you this in order to increase Sasuke's rage," said Kushina. "The woman has long understood whose order Itachi was carrying out." "Brother, what does this all mean?" said Sasuke. "Mom, I knew you had a lot of tricks. But not the same," Itachi thought, keeping an eye on the remnants of his family through the raven. "Kiyomi, you would know how much I want to hug you and kiss you. I think even if I apologize all my life, then I have no forgiveness for my words and actions," thought Itachi. "So children, let's sleep well. Sasuke, Kiyomi, wake me up if you want to go to the toilet. Don't be afraid, our house is protected by a barrier," said Kushina. And covering herself and Kiyomi with a blanket, she began to fall asleep. Kiyomi clutched her blouse with her hands and fell asleep. The girl said something all night and generally did not sleep peacefully. In the morning someone knocked on the door and Kushina wanted to get up, but Kiyomi was pressed against her. Having created a clone and replaced him, Kushina went to open the door. "Hello Kushina." "Jiraiya-san?" said Kushina. "Kushina, why is there someone's blood on your clothes?" asked Sanin. "Let's go, we should talk seriously," said Kushina. When they already came to the kitchen. "Jiraiya-san, yesterday the entire Uchiha clan was slaughtered. Itachi Uchiha did it. My friend's children are still alive and now they are with me," said Kushina. "But why?" Sanin asked in shock. He would never have imagined that the strongest clan would be slaughtered overnight. "I think it was Danzo's doing. When I ran to the Uchiha quarter yesterday, I saw how its people were collecting Uchiha eyes. Besides, Danzo attacked us when I was pulling the children out," said Kushina. "I see. You understand that you are in serious danger. Danzo just won't leave you alone and will get to the children," Jiraiya said, fearing for the girl. "I understand, and most likely it's a matter of time," said Kushina. Don't say that, you hear Kushina. You need to not go out again. And in general, I will be here now. Now all I have to do is lose you, said Sanin. Thank you, said Kushina. Kushina prepared breakfast for which Naruto came. Kiyomi and Sasuke were sleeping. Naruto, hello, said Sanin. Good morning sensei, said Naruto. Good morning sensei, said Naruto. Thank you Kushina-san, said Sasuke. Thank you mom, said Naruto. Congratulations, well done. Now you are already my beloved shinobi, said Kushina, surprisingly. Kushina all came out at the same time. All three graduated from the academy with flying colors. Kushina greeted everyone like her own children. She herself became very attached to them. And in Kiyomi she found herself. Sasuke and Kiyomi stayed to live with Naruto. Jiraiya was unable to stay long due to a surveillance mission. Kiyomi visited her mother's grave at least once a week. All three went to the current academy in 2 weeks. If you don't mind, of course, said Sasuke. My name is Jiraiya. I think you should understand better that you should live here for now, said Jiraiya. Hello, said Sasuke and Kiyomi. Oh, so here they are, said Jiraiya, entering the hall. But we are loading you, said Sasuke. No, not at all. You stay now, this is your home, said Kushina. Sorry for not Kushina-san's convenience, we'll go to our place, Sasuke said holding his sister's hand. After breakfast, everyone was sitting when Kiyomi quietly came into the room. Son, let's sit down and eat, said Kushina. Thank you, I rushed into Kiyomi's arms. So today we will celebrate this. You can walk until the evening. And you, Kiyomi, come with me. Let's buy you some beautiful clothes, said Kushina, seeing that the old clothes did not suit her. Why today? Kiyomi asked. You are already 12, and you look great. It seems to me that your mother was jealous of my long hair, which is why you have it the same as me, said Kushina. Ahaha, well, maybe she told me never to touch it, said Kiyomi, saddened. By the way, our mentor likes to be late, I know him. What are we going to do for the next 3 hours, asked Naruto. You are worth each other, said Sasuke. Ooh Naruto, Kiyomi screamed and jumped on Uzumaki. He, in turn, did not expect this and fell. Good morning everyone. Glad to see each of you. I wish you that each of your missions ends in success. Be patient, listen to your mentors. And don't make hasty decisions. And now the list of commands. It lasted long enough for the desired names to be heard: Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kiyomi, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto Team Number 7, Mentor Hatake Kakashi. That's all, good luck to everyone again. Irika said and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Our three quickly got to the academy and sat down in their places and began to wait for the teacher. Who didn't keep him waiting for long. Let's go, said Kiyomi. Okay, let's go to the academy, said Naruto. Kushina-san said that it's only for 2 days maximum, Kiyomi said, trying to support her friend. Everything will be fine. Something tells me that we will be on the same team. Now I'm thinking about my mother's mission. I'm sorry, Naruto said, I hope we will be on the same team. I don't know where I'll go without you, said Kiyomi. Good morning Kiyomi, Naruto said. Naruto, shouted such a familiar voice, and now a girl with long black hair was sitting on Uzumaki. Naruto woke up in a bad mood this morning. Today his mother is leaving on a mission. Jiraiya has been silent lately. Sasuke doesn't know what he wants. The only one who made him at least somehow happy was Kiyomi. Having arrived home, Kushina went to cook. Kiyomi also joined her. Having prepared a wonderful dinner, they began to wait for Naruto and Sasuke to return. So they came to the store. Kiyomi changed her wardrobe. Now she looked like this. See the comments after the part. That I will try, said Kiyomi. That's it, I shouldn't have started this topic. If you knew, she would be proud of you. You are a small copy of her, but you also have features from Fugaku, said Kushina. Let us now distract you from your thoughts, said Kiyomi. Meanwhile, Kakashi received instructions from the third and went out towards the academy. When he entered the class, he didn't find anyone. That means they left after all. Well, my first impression of them is that I don't like them, Kakashi thought and heard the sound of weapons hitting each other. Approaching the window on the second floor, from which the backyard was visible, Hatake saw his students. Naruto threw shuriken at Sasuke and he dodged with the Sharingan. Kiyomi did the same thing, apparently as a clone. So they train together. I think their teamwork is excellent. They've been living together for how many years? So we can do without the test, I think, Kakashi thought. Uzumaki was sitting on a tree watching these two training and thinking about himself when Kakashi appeared in front of him in a whirlwind of leaves. I'm wondering which of you is the original, said Hatake. I think you can easily understand this from this, said Naruto, and taking 3 shuriken in his hands, he sent them spinning at a wild angle. The shurikens flew around Sasuke and hit each other. They hit the target, making cuts on the arms and legs, causing Sasuke to fall. I hit the target, I'm not surprised, said Hatake. It's hard to surprise someone knows me inside and out, said Naruto. Well, perhaps let's go get to know everyone, said Hatka and went downstairs. Sasuke, I'm sorry, Naruto shouted. Sasuke, I'm sorry, Naruto shouted. So a week passed, and then another. Naruto was either sitting on the head of the fourth or training while his clones were busy. The thought was that one mother died on a mission, there is no other way to explain it. The third one constantly said that there were delays in missions. Today, the team shouted. Kakashi smiled with his eye and they went to the Hokage. Everything is clear to me. I think we'll get along. I would like to do a test with you. But since the 3 of you live together and don't feel any dislike for each other, I don't see the point in it. Shall we start the mission today or tomorrow? Asked Hatake. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I love my family. I can't stand arrogance and betrayal. I want to protect my loved ones and friends, said the red-haired one. Uchiha Sasuke, I love that joker over there. Of course, there are many things I don't like. I want to get answers from one person, Sasuke said with a serious face, so clear. Quite an open person, Kakashi noted for himself. Kiyomi Uchiha, I love my brother, Kushina-san and Naruto. I want to become a strong kunoichi and the first girl of the Hokage, said the black-haired one, so, let's get acquainted. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I like to read the rest. I think you are not very interested, said Hatake. Nothing Naruto, I didn't see their Sharingan, it's my fault, said Sasuke. The third disgusted Naruto more and more. After all, the old man sent shinobi to God knows where, and he doesn't have any information yet. Here Team 7 is back with the Hokage and they are waiting for the next mission to paint a fence or catch animals. Well, we tested your command strength and decided to issue a rank C mission, said the third. At least I thought of something, Naruto, and outwardly he was calm. Your mission is to free the hostage. According to our information and the point marked on this map, there is a hostage. The robbers have it. There are no shinobi there. Approximate number of people is 10. They stole the daughter of a local Boran who turned to us, the third finished his speech. I see, said Hatake. But Naruto didn't delve into the mission at all. After all, he noticed Danzo's malicious smile. This dirty old man, who only once approached Sannin and since then Naruto has not understood him. The team left the village for the first time, now they ran straight to the point. According to Hatake's plan, at their pace and 2 passes, they will arrive by nightfall. Hey Naruto, what did you ask, Sasuke? Nothing, everything is fine, said Naruto. Are you sure? You've become so thoughtful in the last 2 weeks. Sometimes you don't hear us, said Kiyomi. Hear me, everything is fine, Naruto said with anger in his voice. He was probably the first time he was rude to Kiyomi. The girl didn't even bat an eyelid, because she knew what he was thinking about. "Okay, that's enough, let's move out," said Kakashi. Our heroes were now sitting in the bushes and in front of them was a village. The number of houses, not including watchtowers, was about 10 houses. The houses were one story. "So according to the plan, ours is the second one on the right," said Hatake. "Sensei, why did I count about 30 fighters around the perimeter here? And there are 10 bandits and they are all in such a small building," said Naruto. "Most likely it also has a lower floor," said Hatake. "I don't care about all this, I like it," said Naruto. "Now is not the time for emotions, Naruto, let's go," said Sasuke. "So listen, there will be no repetition. We will slip through the main security together and then each of you takes on 2 targets. I'll take the leftovers," Hatake said. The team moved forward, but then a spotlight began to look in their direction. They scattered to the sides, but after making a small arc they were together again. They are no longer standing near the walls. Hatake points behind him. The team reached a small bush. Hatake approached and removed the genjutsu, so a passage appeared. "And it was in the map?" asked Naruto. "Well, yes," said Hatake. "Then why were we needed since all this had already been explored," thought Naruto. Having got inside, they went around the house and jumped onto the roof and began to wait. There was still no one there. About an hour passed. The security was all around, and here were the first movements. A drunken shinobi came out, buttoning up his fly. And behind him were 2 more. They went around the corner. "Get your business done." As soon as they relaxed, Sasuke, Kiyomi and Naruto jumped down and knocked out the drunkards with a blow. One of them gave up his life. "You scream and I will kill you in a second. Blink if you understand," Hatake said, holding his mouth with his hand. Having received an answer. "So, where is the hostage, what did you do with her?" Hatake asked. What a hostage," said the man. Naruto looked at the guards again and shouted Kai. At that moment, instead of guards, there were dead people there, which were hanging down and moving on some kind of mechanisms. "What does all this mean? There are seals everywhere, just like on a drunkard." Hatake picked up his t-shirt and was amazed, it was full of explosives. Explosions sounded everywhere. Hatake quickly makes seals and a wall grows out of the ground, which raised his students to the top away from the explosion. But he himself remained at the epicenter of the explosion. When the team saw the fire go from below, they jumped down and found Kakashi in the hot wreckage. His outerwear was completely burned. He received serious damage. "We need to leave," said Naruto. "You said the devil right away," said Sasuke. "Hey you," sounded voice from the side. Then all the fire converged in this direction. He made a circle near them which had one passage towards unknown people, one of whose eyes was closed. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. "Hey girl, come to me and then you will get this woman," said Shinobi and printed out a naked woman with red eyes from the scroll blood in hair. No. This can't be," Naruto thought. He clearly understood that the body was similar to his mother, and also this hair. But the body was covered in wounds and some kind of white liquid was flowing through it. There were dried white and red spots on it. The body was covered with bruises and wounds. A wound on a wound. It was clear that they were hitting a naked body with a whip. There were burns, which means they cauterized one wound and immediately opened it. Her soft spot resembled porridge. There will never be people with such stamina among civilians. It was obvious that this was a shinobi. "Better come here," the rough, hard voice repeated again. "No Kiyomi," Sasuke shouted. Now they and Naruto were holding Hatake. "Look who I have. The bloody habanera herself," the man said and took the bag off the captive's head. "Ha, you creature Danzo," the woman said quietly, but everyone heard it. Mom, Naruto said quietly. Starting to lose control, tears came from his eyes profusely and his body was shaking. Well, there's nothing more to hide, Danzo said and took off the henge. I knew, Naruto shouted. You are smart, like your father Naruto. But what will you choose, the life of some girl or mother? You always strive to protect your loved ones, Danzo said and grabbed the girl and put a kunai to her throat. Don't do this, Naruto, Kushina screamed, all in tears. No, Kushina-san, thought Sasuke, even it was hard for him to hold on. The sight of the woman frightened him. At least his mother didn't feel such pain. Kushina-san has no mother, Kiyomi said quietly. But Kushina heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. Her whole body ached from pain. And she was already tired of crying. But Kiyomi's words awakened these feelings in her again. The woman realized that Kiyomi would give herself up. No, Kiyomi, don't even think about it, dear. Naruto, stop her. I've already lived my life, said Kushina. Mom, said Naruto, ate like. Come on, let's lose it. Destroy him, you yourself will never win. Together we can do anything, the fox shouted. Naruto in Kiyomi is from both Mikoto and me. You promised, remember, to me, to her mother. Wake up, son, the woman shouted. Naruto, make the right choice, your mother is more important. Your father thought you would protect her, Danzo said. He could very rarely use Shirsui's eye technique. They ate him enough for the third and for Sannin, and even then he was not completely in his hands. But now he has to wait for at least 10 years. Sasuke, take them out, dear. Tell me I love them. I love you too. Mikoto, Minato, I'm coming, Kushina said with her lips. Since Naruto and Kiyomi were looking down, they did not see this, unlike Sasuke, who could not understand why all this happened to him. A second Tomo appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Kushina looked up and sharply moved her head towards the kunai. She pierced her neck with it. Blood began to flow profusely from the mouth. No, Naruto and Kiyomi screamed. Naruto's eyes began to throb and ache. It closed abruptly. Sasuke created clones, each one took someone. And he himself took his friend and jumped straight through the fire. Ahead of them was a chase from the route Anbu. A dark forest in which nothing would be visible. If it weren't for the moon that was right above the heads of our heroes. Sasuke kept running, trying to get away from the chase, whose chakra he saw with his Sharingan. There were at least 30 of them. The distance between them decreased and their strength faded. If they catch up, it's death without a fight. But the worst thing was that Naruto's nails grew and then shrank again. He was shaking all over and screaming at times, saying something incomprehensible. Naruto, pull yourself together, my strength is already running out, said Sasuke. The Uchiha was seriously frightened by the chase. Besides, he didn't know where to run, so he chose the first path he came across. Sasuke understood that in another 5 minutes he would fall exhausted. We needed at least something for shelter. Naruto, can you put up a barrier so that we can come to our senses a little? Sasuke asked. A little rest is possible and Kakashi will be able to come to his senses, thought the Uchiha. Find a more comfortable place, said Naruto. What's wrong with you, why don't you even open your eyes? Asked the Uchiha. I can't, they hurt a lot. Besides, I ate as best I could. If I use my chakra a lot, I will give a hole to someone, Uzumaki said mysteriously. Got it, said Sasuke, who weakened quite a lot and his pace became much slower than before. Sasuke saw an abandoned house deep in the forest, to the right, and turned there. Having reached the thicket of the forest, he quickly went inside alone to check the situation. There was absolutely nothing inside. So Naruto put up a barrier. Sasuke told his friend that he was standing on his feet but was still twitching strangely. Naruto began to make seals and the barrier slowly appeared right above the house, over time the barrier completely enveloped the house. Doton, swamp of the underworld, said Uzumaki, finishing the seals and touching the ground. It came out everywhere, a swamp, which against the backdrop of the dark forest was not very visible. Sasuke, put seals on the top in a circle, about 400 meters from us. This is to hear in advance and run away, said Naruto. Okay, I'm here now, said Sasuke and jumped onto the nearest branch and then onto another. Naruto leaned on wall of the house and moving along it I found the entrance. Going inside, Uzumaki tripped and immediately fell. Kiyomi woke up, but when she saw Naruto, she did not dare help. The girl was afraid of his anger. Kushina died because of her. Naruto crawled to the nearest wall. And leaning his back against her, he came into consciousness. Sasuke, going inside, saw Naruto who had a cover covering the floor of his body. And Kiyomi, who was crying looking at Uzumaki. Uchiha went up to his sister and knelt down in front of her. I understand it's painful for you, but it's much more painful for him than for us. He supported us when we lost our parents, now it's his turn to support him, the Uchiha voiced his thought. But it was because of me that she died, she gave her life for me. Why do people dear to me give their lives for me? How can I look him in the eyes, Kiyomi said with tears in her eyes. I think you alone can do this. You've been friends with him since childhood. Kakashi made himself known that he had just woken up. Hatake was surprised that they were even alive. And Naruto's condition frightened him even more. Kiyomi approached Naruto and, even despite the cover, hugged him. Kiyomi began to become covered with Bija chakra. She screamed in pain. Naruto opened and woke up immediately. The Bija's chakra began to recede, and along with his, the chakra that passed to Kiyomi. Naruto, forgive me, you can blame me and hate me. Itachi was right, there are only jokes in my head. And my parents needed me, the girl said, clinging to Naruto. Naruto hugged the girl. Her words touched Uzumaki's soul. He's wrong. I need you. I'm not mad at you. Give me time so I can come to my senses, said Naruto. What actually happened after the series of explosions? Hatake asked. That he was without outerwear. His spruce mask held on. After the explosion, we found you unconscious. All this was a huge trap for us. The hostage was Kushina-san. At one point, an unknown person appeared, it was Danzo. He captured Kushina-san to capture Kiyomi. We managed to get out of there only thanks to the sacrifice of Uzumaki. There is a chase after us, Sasuke voiced the situation. There are no words, I am amazed. Many thought that Kushina-san died on the mission, Hatake said with sadness. He somehow controls the third. He would never agree to this, said Naruto, and Kiyomi was sitting on him. If this is so, then Konoha has long been in his hands. Well, how could this happen, Kakashi wondered. It's all about my sensei. Or rather, in his eyes. He had a peculiarity. He could change a person's life. Completely rewrite consciousness and life. With its help you can easily change someone's life. I noticed a similar chakra in his eye. But I don't understand how he controls that eye. These are the eyes of Shisui-san, said Kiyomi. I know someone like that. But everyone says that he died. But they couldn't even find the body. Well, if Danzo managed to find one eye and subdue the third, then we are now apostates, said Hatake. What should we do now, return to the village where no one understands anything, asked Sasuke. I think, said Kakashi. There had been silence in the room for more than an hour. Kiyomi did not leave Naruto. She herself needed consolation. Naruto wanted to cry, but he knew now was not the time. He was frightened by severe weakness throughout his body. And my eyes somehow strangely hurt, and opening them was like raising the tones of iron. Only one thought flew through my head: revenge. First, I would like to tell you one secret. Kushina-san warned me before she died. She came and told everything that was happening. On that cancerous night, Sasuke, Kiyomi. It was there that you all became Danzo's target. According to her, Danzo and the root people collected the eyes of the Uchiha that night. They noticed Kushina and you. She was attacked, but Itachi saved you all, Hatake began. Everyone was surprised except Naruto. I think I'll go to Konoha and try to convey the crime to my friends. The last fool will believe in my betrayal. At least I'll save my friends, maybe we can destroy Danzo. The son of the White Fang voiced the idea. Are you serious, Kakashi-sensei? Conduct a coup against all ANBU of Konoha and Root. Yes, the power of the Kage alone can cope with the majority, said Naruto. That's also true, but I won't leave my friends. I've already made a similar mistake once, there won't be a repeat, Kakashi said as he stood up. Well, you're leaving us, Kiyomi said, which made Kakashi choke. After all, now everything looks exactly like this. Kakashi turned towards the students and looked at their faces. Naruto and Kiyomi were heartbroken and Sasuke was in thought. You are right, you have a different mission. You are this old man's main target, we don't know why yet. Therefore, I will take you to the land of iron. Shinobi competencies don't work there and a ninja hasn't set foot there for a long time, Kakashi said, sitting down again. How much time do we have, Sasuke? Hatake asked. At the moment leaving the distance was about 2 kilometers, but now I don't know. Approximately 400 meters from the building there are traps, below and above not one has worked yet, Sasuke gave out the information. The barrier is strong, but if we are surrounded, we will die here. So, it's worth going further, said Naruto. I think so, but I need time, well, at least 5 hours, said Hatake. I'll create you clones, I think it's better to keep a good distance, said Naruto. Don't rush, Naruto, I don't understand where to go. Initially, we walked towards the north of Konoha and did not go so far. If we take all this into account, we need to find the north from there and run until we see snow under our feet, said Hatake. But we will fall into their trap, and it's unlikely that we will. Let's leave, said Sasuke. I will be your distraction, I will only need clones under Henge. They will not catch up with me, because I use the reverse call, as soon as I feel them close to me. They will see that you left with me and then everything will be away from you, said Hatake. It's clear, that means near those houses we will separate. Well then, let's go to sleep, said Naruto. Exactly, I agree, we need rest, said Hatake. I'll be on the lookout, said Sasuke. AI equals 17, here you go, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto and threw the blanket to Hatake. Thank you, Naruto, said Kakashi. Brother, what's going on? I want to talk to you, thought Sasuke. A small field surrounded by dense forest. It was easy to get lost in the forest if you didn't know where to go. There were many traps in it, not only of nature, but also handmade. Since the war, such places have been stocked with traps for those who like to hide in the forest. In the center of the clearing, the last fire died out from the explosions. But this was enough for the team to find this place and split up. Everything went according to plan, everyone followed Hatake. Because Danzo thought that they would look for help at home. Danzo-sama, they went towards Konoha, ANBU reported. As I thought, okay, we'll go too, we need to prepare everything there. So that we would meet our apostates properly, said Danzo. Yes, Danzo-sama. Naruto and the Uchihas were able to reach the country of iron by the next day around lunchtime. Without hesitation, they crossed the border and ran towards some village. So I feel the foci of civilian chakra, said Sasuke. We take off the bandages and put them on, said Naruto, printing out 3 black cries. You have the floor of the house there, asked Kiyomi. No current essentials, said Naruto. Well then, our goal is Itachi, said Sasuke. You will get answers to your questions, said Naruto. Even if we find him, what will it give us? Asked Sasuke. Here I am. I think there is no better moment for you to find and talk with your brother, said Naruto. Brother, I'm not picky and can sleep on the floor, you know, said Kiyomi. Don't worry, if we take a room for one we can sleep on the bed and on the floor, said Sasuke. I didn't take the money at all, said Kiyomi. We won't share, I have enough food in my scrolls at least for a week. I don't have that much money, said Naruto. So I'll go and buy us a place in the hotel. While you find some food or something, said Sasuke. A year has passed since the latest events, a lot has changed. Konoha became a place where everyone wanted to leave, raising taxes on houses and water. As a result, goods prices have risen. Tough changes to the rules at the academy. Moreover, in order to leave the academy you fight with your peer and must kill him. Why exactly now Danzo decided to start perestroika is unknown. The worst thing about this is that everything was done through a third, undermining his authority. Meanwhile, our heroes tried to reach a criminal organization. For this they left the land of iron. They visited many bars, nightclubs and local gangs in order to find criminals. They evaded pursuit many times. After all, they are still children and have never learned to hide from ANBU. More recently, they managed to establish contact with the organization and set up a meeting with Itachi and his partner. It became clear that the organization works in teams of 2. This was a safety net or a way to increase their strength. But why do they need this or that if the strength of one current was estimated at S+ rank? Itachi realized that it was empty here and therefore made an appointment with the customers in the old Uchiha shelters. He told Kisame to keep an eye on who comes in, and if so, to wait for a signal. The genius of the clan could not have imagined that these were his relatives. Because he did not think that they could quickly increase their strength in such a short time. 3 unknown people entered the building. From a distance it seemed like mountains. But only when you came closer, it was fashionable to see things of non-natural origin in it. Ignoring this, our heroes went inside. These were the times now. There was no time to look at the beauty of forests, fields, and lakes. Especially when there is a bounty on your head. And ANBU and your former comrades are on your heels. Cruel and cruel. Make the genin chase criminals, one of whom is a Jinchuriki. This is a one-way mission. Itachi immediately noticed a henge on them. And even more so, an old man of 50 years old cannot have a source of chakra several times stronger than Kisame's. Don't pretend who you are, I immediately decided to expose Itachi. What are you talking about? Asked a woman about 30 years old. An old man can't have a chakra center like Biju's, said Itachi. Well, you're right brother, said Sasuke, taking off the henge. That's how they decided to kill me. Well, I told you Sasuke to come with eyes like mine, Itachi said. You protected us that night from Danzo. You didn't kill us. Why? Asked Sasuke. My stupid brother. It turns out you came to talk to me, said Itachi. That night Danzo and his people collected the eyes of our clanmates. They killed Kushina-san to get Kiyomi. But they didn't succeed, said Sasuke. I see, so you came to me for help. You definitely have brains little brother. Ask for help from the one who killed his parents and the entire clan, said Itachi. You are our family. We decided a long time ago that we would not even fight with you. After all, this is my mother's last will, said Kiyomi. You know the history of our clan. Once upon a time, Madara Uchiha, one of the strongest Uchihas who owned the Mangekyo Sharingan, stopped seeing. He lost the light forever. But in the darkness he found a source of new light and these are the eyes of his younger brother. Forgive Izuna, Madara's last words before he tore out his brother's eyes. The darkness retreated into that day, granting the user the eternal Manjaku Sharingan. But the price was the life of his younger brother. "Sasuke, give me light," Itachi shouted at his last words. Everyone took a step back from Itachi's cry, and his story amazed everyone. Kiyomi began to walk towards Itachi, who was still sitting and doing nothing. When the distance was already less than a meter, Kiyomi activated her eyes. Kiyomi had not touched Itachi for so long. She pulled her hand towards his face, which indicated complete calm. She touched his face. "Take my eyes, brother, you hide the pain in your soul. Open up to us," Kiyomi said, and hugged Itachi. Itachi was in shock. He thought they would kill him or something else. But not a hug. Kiyomi pressed herself to her brother's chest and cried. Itachi closed his eyes and found himself in the subconscious. "I don't. Worthy, no, not worthy," Itachi said. "It's not like that, son, look, she's crying with happiness. She didn't fully believe everything you said." "Your anger didn't work," said Mikoto, hugging her son. "I caused her so much pain, I don't have enough life to apologize to her." Itachi was already shedding tears. "Tell them the truth, they love you. You are their family. You are the older brother," said Mikoto. Itachi opened his eyes and lowered his head and saw Kiyomi all in tears. She pressed herself against his chest through his crying. Sasuke and Naruto were amazed. Itachi, without hesitation, hugged Kiyomi. This baby was a copy of his mother. "Well, don't cry, and I won't need your eyes if you cry, little sister," said Itachi. "Itachi, what happened that day?" asked Sasuke. "The clan was planning a coup. I was a double spy. For my clanmates, I was their spy, and for the village, I was their spy. The clan wanted to seize control of Naruto and, with his help, restore their former greatness. But this would not have happened. The ANBU of Root and the ANBU of Konoha prepared for this every day. If only our people had made themselves known even a little bit, the same outcome would have awaited them. Children and women would become the basis for a slave clan. Women and young girls would use them to raise children. And all adult men would be killed like young men. Some would be sent for experiments. This plan was developed by Danzo and was not approved by the third. I knew that Danzo would use Shirsue's eye to destroy our clan. But I did everything to prevent this from happening," Itachi finished. During his speech he stroked Kiyomi's hair and back. Naruto and Sasuke were in shock. The village turned out to be much more bloodthirsty than it actually was. "Brother," said Sasuke, and also rushed to Itachi. The family was united again. "Itachi, we have big problems. Danzo, in our opinion, controls the third eye of Shirsue. I think you, like me, want revenge on this old man," said Naruto. Itachi began to think, but his brother and sister hugging him next to him did not let him think about anything. "I'm glad you're alive." "Well, I think in 3 years we will be able to do this," Itachi said. "Not a bad idea, I need time to train." "Okay, I'll leave you alone," said Naruto. "Forgive me. Especially you, Kiyomi, I said something to you that night. I'm sure. I'm not worthy of your forgiveness, of course," said Itachi. Kiyomi looked into the eyes of her older brother. The faces were on the same level. How the girl stood upright on Itachi's knees and kissed him on the forehead. This gesture, like a mother's, flew through the brothers' heads. "I forgive you. After all, I love you and Sasuke," said Kiyomi. "You shouldn't have taken everything upon yourself, brother," said Sasuke. "I didn't think that. That night, I would have saved a lot more lives if I had just taken our clan away," Itachi said. "Brother, what's wrong with your eyes?" asked Kiyomi. "Don't be afraid, everything is fine. I think I'll wait for Sasuke. Shirsue left his eyes to you. He asked me to preserve the honor of the clan. And give one eye to you. But I think we'll take Danzo's eye. He considered you worthy. Your kind heart will not allow you to abuse his power, Itachi said. His best friend became very attached not only to him, but also to his family. So there is training ahead, said Sasuke. Yes, and a lot. Why does Naruto have a blindfold over his eyes? Itachi said. We don't know what's wrong with them. He has them red and strange circles diverge on him, said Kiyomi. The Rinnegan is the only thing Itachi thought about. I see, I'll definitely take a look later, he said Itachi. Well, for now we have other problems, said Itachi. Which ones? Asked Sasuke. I don't know if anyone left the organization alive, Itachi said as the explosion sounded. Is it really so hard to escape, said Kiyomi. It won't just be here. Not far away, my partner is sitting here, Itachi said, and then an explosion sounded. Naruto came out, but he forgot to do a henge like he felt something incredibly powerful right above him. Uzumaki does a forward somersault at the last moment, avoiding the attack. Landing on his feet face to face with his enemy, Naruto realizes that he was hit very seriously. Kisame Hashigake, the swordsman of the fog, or as everyone calls him, the tailless Bijou. A meeting with such an opponent could not end well. Uzumaki already realized that he would have to show all his trump cards. Without hesitation, Kisame advances on Naruto and tries to cut him in two with his sword. Uzumaki jumps so that his legs are just above the sword. Without hesitation, Naruto rests his hand on the sword and strikes with his feet. A good blow, but Kisame didn't even move. Kisame clutches the sword tighter, the bandages are torn, revealing the true form of Samehada, one of the most powerful swords. Naruto's hand that was on the sword gets cut. Naruto jumps back. By the time he landed, Kisame was already there, and with a kick from his foot he sends Naruto to destroy the forest. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails will soon be ours, said Black Zetsu, who was watching the battle. Can Kisame really do it? Said the White Half. Suetun, Senshikuko, water release, 1,000 hungry sharks, Kisame shouted, intending to deprive Uzumaki of his arms and legs, so that it would be easier to carry him. Mokuton, Hobi no Jutsu, would release, expulsion technique, said Naruto when the water was already right above her and Kisame couldn't see anything. A dome resembling a mask protected Naruto. The sharks began to disappear and the water to go away, then Kisame noticed the wood technology. Interesting fellow, said Kisame. We didn't expect this from him, said the white side. I agree, this is taking an interesting turn, said the black side. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique, said Naruto. Kisame listened a lot his friend Kakuzu, who fought against the first. I've heard a lot about this technique. And being hit by this technique could have killed him. Suetun, Daikoden no Jutsu, water release, great shark bullet technique, Kisame uses the best technique in his arsenal. The shark absorbed the wood technology, absorbing the chakra from the technology. Naruto noticed how his technique dried up and quickly understood everything. So this technique absorbs the enemy's attack and explodes. So the more chakra I give to the attack, the stronger the bomb, Naruto thought and touched the ground. Mokuton, Mikujo Heki, would release, would wall projectile, Naruto said as a shield made of logs appeared above him. The explosion was strong enough, it destroyed the forest into splinters, destroyed half of the Uchiha building, but did not affect the users. Kisame saw Uzumaki's defense and realized the battle was going to be interesting and smiled in a bloodthirsty smile. Naruto throws throwing weapons at Kisame. Namely 6 kunai. Kisame looks at this with surprise and disappointment. The great swordsman only bent down slightly so that the kunai flew over him. Hiraishinjiri, cut of the flying thunder god, Kisame already heard when Naruto cut off his head with a kunai in his hands. What? White Zetsu shouted. Hush, it's all about the technique of the second and his father. But his eyes scare me more, said the black side. But what is there? Asked the white side, trying to take a closer look. Rinnegan, it's not the usual color, said the black side. Surprising. But where is he from? Asked White Zetsu. Interesting times are coming, I tell you, said Black Zetsu. Naruto, what happened? Sasuke shouted, leaving the ruins. Here, Naruto said and pointed to the swordsman's body. Naruto is on your back, Kiyomi screamed. Why Naruto? I saw Samahata's smile and began to gallop across the field like a man killed. And he ran back and forth. And Samahata stuck out her tongue in the breeze. Take the off me. Naruto continued. Hey Naruto, calm down, your chakra liked the sword, Itachi said. Yes, he definitely won't eat me, said Naruto. No, you see, the sword chooses its owner. And he liked you, and this is rare, you know, Itachi said. I see, well, okay. I thought he wanted to eat me, said Naruto. What surprises me more is how you were able to kill Kisame, said Itachi. It was not easy, but he was too self-confident, said Naruto. He was glad that he was given a lot to hide. Well, you solved our problems. One way or another, that's why we're leaving, Itachi said. So Itachi betrayed us, then I think it's time for us to leave. We need to tell everything to the leader, said Black Zetsu. Where are we going? Asked Kiyomi. Before leaving, I received a gift from Naruto's mother, Itachi said. What is this? Naruto asked. This is the key to one of the islands near the Whirlpool village. As you probably know, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed by other villages during the war. But they placed barriers not only on the entire island, but also on individual parts. I have a key to one of which, and there we will hide, Itachi said. However, we must understand that our path lies through the countries of fire to its outskirts, Itachi said. Over the year, we have learned well how to hide our chakra, brother, said Sasuke. This is good, because it will be needed, said Itachi. Time passed very quickly. 3 years have passed in training. Brutal training under the supervision of Itachi. At night, Naruto trained some more. He set a goal and will go towards it. At night he looked at the sky and mentally told his mother and father his successes. No one saw sometimes his bitter tears from pain in his soul. From the lack of mother's hugs and her warm gaze. Naruto went into his subconscious and looked at the fox. I'll do it, your chakra will be mine, Naruto said. Dream small fry, I will destroy you as soon as I get out of here, said the fox. Flying up to the seal, Naruto sharply tore it off. Picking up his t-shirt, Naruto raised his hand and a key pattern appeared on it. Then suddenly someone grabbed his hand and the seal disappeared from there. Are you sure that you can win? An unfamiliar male, worried voice sounded. Fourth, the fox screamed at the entire subconscious. Fourth, Minato Namikaze, father, flashed through Naruto's head in seconds. You are the last one I wanted to see, said Minato. Come here, I'll tear you apart, said the fox. With rage in his eyes. Don't shout and let's go for now, I need to talk to my son, Minato said and snapped his fingers. Father, Minato heard before he found himself in the arms of his son. Son, you've grown so much, Minato said and hugged his son tighter. Ya. I couldn't save my mother, Naruto said, clutching the Hokage's cloak. Your pain is enormous and your desire for revenge is even greater. But are you sure that you can handle what awaits you after? Minato asked, fearing for the fate of his son. Deep down, he would like Naruto to leave the path of revenge. Well, do I have a choice? I will destroy Root and Danzo, Naruto said with firmness and determination in his eyes. The voice was not like that of a boy who did not understand where to go. If you take the path of revenge once, you will not be able to get out of it. You will need people to save you. You are entering a wheel of hatred, son, understand this, said Minato holding his son by the shoulders. I have to father, I have been preparing for this for 4 years. The last step remains to subdue the fox and then I'll figure it out, said Naruto. I love you and your mother. The last thing I would like is revenge on my son, said Minato. A bit of hope still flew in his head. Father, I have love. She is beautiful, she has black eyes in which I drown. I would pull out and give her my heart. She has beautiful long, black hair like our mother. Her smile makes me go forward, said Naruto, and a hologram of Kiyomi appeared near him. Minato looked at the girl and noticed features of Kushina and Mikoto in her. My son has excellent taste. I wanted to hear this, Minato thought, looking at the girl. I don't know why Danzo wants to take her away from me. I don't want to sit and wait for her body to fall to the ground because her heart stopped beating. Naruto's true motives were revealed. Son, I'm glad that you have such a person. But I have a question for you. She loves you? And did you tell her your feelings? Asked Minato. Well, Dad, you know, Naruto said, and all red began to get nervous. It became clear that he was afraid of the girl's rejection. Don't be afraid, son, I am too. I was afraid to confess my feelings to your mother. But I was able to overcome myself and have not regretted it since. I've been following your life and I'll tell you this. Her mother gave you the go-ahead for your wedding, said Minato. But how? Naruto could only say, twitching nervously. She came to you that night. She found you worthy. You have a kind heart, son, and I see your love is real. Good luck, son. And our time has come to an end, said Minato. Father, I will not forget this, said Naruto. I'm glad that I could stay with you a little. Thank you for opening up to me. Thank you for being my son, said Minato. I love you, Dad, Naruto said and clenched his fist. Naruto again found himself in front of the cage and looked into his eyes. Biju. So you decided to subjugate me like others, you like everyone else, said the fox. Despair and pain were felt in his voice. What does this mean? Naruto asked. He became interested. Come on, scum, subdue me with your eyes, stab me with pins and use me as a thing, the fox shouted in his voice. Now there was clearly pain and resentment for his life. The fox didn't expect it, he didn't expect it in any way. The guy really changed his opinion about him in seconds. It felt like he wasn't lying. The fox even thought that if he had immediately begun to conduct such dialogues, perhaps he would not seem such a monster. I'll tell you honestly. I considered you a weapon. A force that must be subdued, but now I understand. That you are alive, you have a mind and feelings. I cannot give you freedom because others will definitely capture you. But I can offer to become my partner, said Naruto, which made Biju fall into a precipitate. At least I have fur, and then you're a bald monkey, said the fox, leaning on his paw. What a shaggy ball of wool, said Naruto. Yeah, of course, a little monkey, said the fox. I need time to forgive you for the death of your father. But if you voluntarily agree to share your chakra, I will talk to you differently, said Naruto. Naruto did not expect the fox to start opening up. Although you can understand him a little, he has been inside people for at least 200 years. You know, I hate my life, I hate it. One will subordinate the other and you are all the same. I move from one prison to another, with each one getting worse and worse, said the fox. Why did I even talk to him? What's wrong with me? I didn't understand myself. But these words gave me the opportunity not to be alone. In any case, this Uzumaki with all his strength would easily destroy me in battle, the fox thought. I need time, but I have a bald monkey condition. I can leave you in the form of chakra if, of course, you open the seal. I want to go out with you and go for a walk, said the fox. Okay, I think this is the best I can give you. What's your name then? Said Naruto. The fox was shocked that he immediately agreed. Yes, at least such freedom to go outside and walk. Okay, I agree, my name is Kurama, said Biju. Let's get acquainted Kurama. Well, look at the rug there, don't touch anyone, said Naruto. Naruto looked at his love. My knees began to tremble, my hands clenched my pants. The whole body tried to fight and resist. Fear that love is not mutual. The girl's knees gave out and she fell. She sat on her legs 50 centimeters from Naruto. The girl touched her lips with her hand, trying to understand whether this is reality or a dream. First of all, this kiss was an accident or really love. Is it a dream or reality? These questions tormented Kiyomi. With both hands, Naruto gently touched her face and pressed her a little closer to him. Kiyomi, who had been in love with Naruto since she was 12 years old, accepted the kiss. She was scared deep down. Naruto looked into her black eyes. Uzumaki touched her face. The girl's delicate skin, her small dimples. She was now very embarrassed, besides. From the touch, all the hormones gave a sharp response. Kiyomi's plump, tender lips met Naruto's lips. Uzumaki realized everything very late, but decided that since he had a chance, he should take advantage of it. And Kiyomi didn't even try to leave. Naruto opened his eyes. In front of his face there was Kiyomi, and he thought that he was still in the subconscious and leaned over still in advance to tell everything as it is. Come on, go tomato, said Biju. Naruto opened the cage and the gate disappeared, as did the walls around it. And the fox lay down on the floor. I'll open the seal now, Naruto said. The one who is standing next to you now, said Kurama. Well, what is this? Asked Naruto. Well, there is one thing, Kurama said and fell silent. Good idea, I've been thinking about it for a long time, said Naruto. Maybe we'll still take out the root, then you and I, said the fox, thirsty for battle. I understand. Okay, I'll go, said Naruto. Yes, only 3 or 4 names constantly fly around here. Among which she is, said Kurama. How are you? Said Naruto. Hey, you little fry. I won't touch your Uchiha, said Kurama. Kiyomi, I know you think this is an accident or on purpose. I'll say this, it's both at the same time, Naruto said trembling. When you came and watched my training as a child, you and I walked and played, and there you became my best friend. Then you lost your mother and father there, and when I saw your tears, I decided that I would never let you cry. And then sorry for the repetitions and trembling, said Naruto. Continue nothing, Kiyomi finally squeezed out. Of course, she became a little sad at the word my best friend. After all, when he saved her from her brother's sword, he became her knight and her dream. An unattainable dream. Then when I lost my mother, you came up to me alone. You burned yourself on the chakra of my inner friend. I'm not afraid of this word. I saw how you grew, how you laughed and cried. I've seen everything and know everything about you. I know that you love red roses. You love summer because everything dawns there. And you love to lie among the flowers in the meadow and dreamily look at the clouds. For you, there is no one more valuable than family. I know yours. A true dream, you want to somehow resurrect your mother, and this is a dream you have had since she died. I realized this 4 years ago. You have been with me since the beginning of my journey. I love you, said Naruto, and all red looked into Kiyomi's eyes. The girl didn't understand how he read her thoughts, or did he know about her favorite flowers? If the family understands, then she didn't say the rest. It became clear that Naruto was very observant. Yes, that's true. I love roses, and I want to resurrect my mother. And yes, you love me as much as I love you, Kiyomi said her thoughts out loud. Stop what, you love me, Kiyomi screamed and looked at Naruto. who was trembling all over. Since Kiyomi did not say anything about love in response, Naruto was upset and lowered his head. Bitter tears welled up on my face. I have loved him since he saved me. He's so sweet, handsome and most importantly kind and warm, Kiyomi thought and decided. The girl raised the guy's gaze to herself. I understand, I don't deserve you. You are beautiful and deserve more. You are the embodiment of your mother's ideal and dreams. You have a kind heart. You deserve better than a monster like me, Naruto said into the eyes of his beloved, who was shaking inside. He seemed upset, his words were so sweet. And he considers himself unworthy, and there has never been and will not be better than him, Kiyomi thought. Kiyomi slapped Naruto. Don't say that, idiot. Such as you are not. No one is ready to sacrifice everything they have for me. You are the only one. Recklessly throwing yourself under mortal blows because of me. In your eyes I see more kindness than in any others. I love you, my stupid, said Kiyomi. Yours? Naruto said quietly through tears of happiness. Of course mine, said Kiyomi and hugged Naruto. Naruto was able to smell her hair scent for the first time in a long time. Her long delicate hair is in his hands. The girl has a thin waist, a fragile neck and smooth skin. Naruto hugged the girl not only with his hand, but also with his soul. His hands were on her back. A tender, soft, warm back. Naruto feels good in his soul when she feels good. He feels good when she feels good. Her tears were like lava that burned through Uzumaki. The souls of Naruto and Kiyomi as if they connected, mutually complementing each other and making both happy. Being next to each other now, all the problems of the world were alien to them. Even if the whole world burns, Naruto will find a place in the universe for them. Kiyomi felt Naruto's heartbeat rapidly. It was clear even now that he couldn't believe it. It became clear that the accidents were not accidental. Kiyomi was pleased. Naruto was the first to talk about love and it became much easier for her to speak out. Naruto is the one who protects her. He once made her a promise to never leave or leave her. And he still keeps it. I will make you happy. I love you, Naruto said, no longer so afraid. I want to know everything, beloved, Kiyomi said right in his ear. The word beloved filled Naruto's heart with warmth. It became clear that Naruto would now go to Danzo alone. He won't forgive himself if something happens to her. I train at night, I love watching you sleep. My dream is to make your dream come true. I want to be next to you. And give you a lot of happiness, Naruto said. Naru, are you serious? You watched me just sleep, Kiyomi asked. You know you don't sleep peacefully at night, the blanket often flew off you, I like to cover you with it, Naruto said. Kiyomi now understands why she woke up from cold. My soul felt especially warm. They watch her even when she sleeps. Naruto, I understand resurrecting my mother is too much. But I really want to hear her voice and laughter. Would you know Naruto? Kiyomi said and squeezed Naruto's clothes behind his back. I understand you. I also want to see my mother. Sometimes I miss the times when we were all together, Naruto said. Yes, those were good times. Fate is a cruel thing, said Kiyomi. I never thought about fate. I think we can change our fate, Naruto said. I wish there wasn't that Danzo. Nearby are Mom and Kushina-san, dads, brothers. Everyone is happy and the world is all around. How do you think we can achieve this? Asked Kiyomi. I promise this will turn into reality. But on this day you will be my bride, Naruto said. Now they were sitting in each other's arms. There was a barrier above them. Kiyomi was taken aback by Naruto's words. Naru is not worth it too much, said Kiyomi. I keep my words, you are my gift from heaven. For your sake, it's possible, said Naruto. A beautiful night outside. You can hear the water hitting the shore. Like birds sing occasionally, but beautifully. All this causes harmony. Harmony not only with nature, but also within yourself. But this night will clearly not be intended for yoga. Naruto laid the sleeping beauty on the bed and already took his equipment. Namely, a large number of kunai with marks, as well as explosive seals and fuin seals for absorbing techniques. Naruto really wanted to use Minato's signature kunai, but he understood that in a real battle, surprise plays a much bigger role than pathos. Now the coast of the island ends with Naruto one step away from leaving the barrier. Perhaps he will die trying to avenge his mother and the spoiled fate of his beloved girl. But it's better to die with honor than to run all your life. You still can't escape from problems and everyone knows this. This is how you will leave us, a well-known voice sounded from behind. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. This is not right, don't you think? A second voice sounded. To which Naruto was accustomed. I think you want to come with me without Kiyomi. I'm right, Naruto said. The brothers were embarrassed by Naruto's words because he read them like an open leaf. Even despite the fact that the Uchihas are silent for a large amount of time. Naruto manages to read them. I'm surprised, Naruto. We were always waiting for the moment to distract her and go ourselves, said the eldest of the Uchiha. I will close the barrier after us, even though she studied with my mother. It will take her at least 2 days to get out, said Uzumaki, already turning to the Uchihas. We have a reason to leave her here, she is our sister. Native blood, we can't let her die. But what is your reason? Asked the youngest of the Uchihas. What a stupid little brother you are, the genius of the clan said in his manner. I love her, Naruto just said and began to look intently to the brother's reaction. Itachi was not surprised, as if he knew what was really between them. Sasuke was shocked, he did not notice this. Let's move out, we will get to the root building by next night. We will make a halt in front of Konoha so that we have enough strength, Itachi commanded. The path in this work was the easiest. While everyone was running, they were saving up their hatred in order to throw it out at one moment. Uzumaki was looking forward to the life of everyone he would take for his mother. The Uchihas thought about the loved ones they had lost. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages. During the times of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, they were afraid of her. The 2 shinobi gods could wipe out armies. Such a reign was repeated only during the 4th century. Minato Namikaze single-handedly destroyed the Stone Army. Now the village is in turmoil, a large number of people are leaving. If ordinary people leave calmly, but if a shinobi leaves, then death awaits him for betrayal. It was raining outside from time to time, thunder rumbled, lightning struck lonely trees. 3 shinobi stood near the root building. Only lightning occasionally illuminated their masks. Naruto, you know what to do, said Itachi. The answer was only a nod and Naruto goes underground. Why does he have a mission to clean the training ground and laboratory? Asked Sasuke. AI = 7, he is faster than us and he can seal the eyes of the clan, our job is to kill the main forces. I've only been there a few times. The root base can be said to be a cylinder driven in vertically. In the middle is Danzo. Everything before that, right around the door, is the staff rooms. Everything below is laboratories and training grounds, Itachi said. It was clear that the Uchiha was not entirely sure and many things might not add up. Naruto appeared in a strange room. There was only one door in front of him. Huge iron door. Only 2 dim lamps illuminated the room. Uzumaki looked around and saw some organs everywhere, clearly of human and animal origin. Naruto also saw huge vessels of blood with inscriptions. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki. Naruto realized that Uzumaki had been gone for a long time and that this was his mother's blood. Naruto, control yourself, Kurama said. Uzumaki took a step back and leaned against the table and accidentally pressed the button. A strange dull green color appeared behind Naruto. Turning there, Naruto noticed the Uchiha's eyes. They even signed whose names they were. Only one name caught Naruto's eye, Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto trembled and suddenly grabbed his head, simultaneously dropping a flask with an unknown liquid. "Did you hear that?" said the ANBU in front of the door. "Yes, let's go check it out," said the second one. It took Uzumaki 2 seconds to create 2 clones who at the same second approached the lamps and began to wait for the command. 2 ANBU opened the complex locks, allowing access to the laboratory. As soon as they went inside, the door closed behind them and the light went out. Naruto jumped down and, holding kunai in both hands, made vertical blows that went along the back and head. The ANBU fell to the floor very quickly without even having time to call for help. Naruto sealed the eyes of Mikoto, Fugaku, and the remaining clan members by hanging explosive seals on the walls as well as on huge canisters of blood. Uzumaki left the laboratories. The corridor was just as gloomy, you couldn't even hear the rain or thunder here, which proved the enormous depth of this bunker. Then voices were heard. Today it didn't work out again," said a female voice. "Come on sister, everything will work out," said a rougher female voice. The Uzumaki and the clones used only one Hiraition technique. Just 1 second was enough for apparently hundreds of newcomers to die. They were killed. Future Root disappeared in an instant. Naruto waved his hand and at once 80 kunai with marks appeared on the training ground. Many didn't even pay attention. "Got it, let's go outside," Danzo commanded, running into the street. "Danzo-sama, all our guards have disappeared," the ANBU reported, already in a different mask. "Yes, according to our observations they have become very close to each other. And the brothers and sisters became even closer," the ANBU reported. "We will begin our selection soon, as I understand it there are 100 people here," asked Danzo. "Wait for Naruto, wait for him to leave soon," said Kurama. Naruto was about to start and even raised his hand up when he saw 2 ANBU next to whom was Danzo. Naruto went out into a huge room, below he saw ANBU training. There were at least 100 people there, all of them were busy. Having created 20 clones, Uzumaki sent them in a circle. So, at one moment, suddenly put on a show. Naruto walked forward and took his marked kunai and moved on. The corridors were linear. It became clear that Root did not think that someone would get here and did not think about labyrinths. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow cloning shuriken technique, 2 kunai turned into many kunai. Among them were both false and real. The ANBU, who didn't even see Naruto and were chatting wildly about something, didn't notice anything. In 1 second, they were both driven into the wall with kunai. The kunai hit all the important organs, killing their enemies instantly. Naruto pulled out kunai and began to rub them on the bodies of the dead. How 2 people appeared around the corner again. Blood oozed from the brothers' throats. The girls' bodies ran forward and fell sharply, and their heads rolled forward. There was shock on their faces. The walls and floor were stained with blood. The light of the young people went out in seconds. "Hiraishinjiri, cut of the flying god thunder," Naruto said when he first appeared from the right and cut off the fleeing brothers. And then on the left he cut off the girls' heads. Naruto threw the kunai right at the walls, and the ANBU just laughed at the unknown's mistake and calmly ran near them. "This is clearly not ours, run towards him," one of the guys commanded. "Hey, wait, who's there?" said the girl. "Brother, what are you talking about?" The voice again. "You be careful, they say the last exam is here. A battle to the death with the person you are closest to," said a male voice. Meanwhile, the Uchiha brothers removed all security around the perimeter. Using genjutsu, Itachi distracted them and killed Sasuke. Having penetrated, the brothers separated. Itachi killed with more anger even than Sasuke. He was disgusted by any of them. Each of them is ready to kill and rape children and women if Danzo wants it. Penetrating into each room, Itachi immediately threw kunai at one and jumped closer to the other, piercing his heart. Sasuke, meanwhile, took full advantage of his good command of kenjutsu. Although he was far from Naruto. One by one, souls left their prisons in the form of bodies. Heads, arms, and legs flew around the corners of the rooms that night. The blood was like paint, and the weapon was like a brush. The artist turned into a killer. Many slept peacefully that night, without even thinking how soon they will die. A few managed to grab the weapon, but this was also an illusion of the Sharingan. Itachi trained his students well in this. Naruto stood in the middle of a huge training ground, painted in bloody color. I couldn't even believe that at least hundreds of people died here in a second. Yes, Naruto is the first 100 of your victims. But this is the world of shinobi, you must understand. If not, you will kill someone. They will kill you and your loved ones, said Kurama. Kurama, don't leave me, said the red-haired one. You'll say more. It's interesting to be with you, said Kurama. How are the Uchihas? Asked Uzumaki. I feel their chakra and how others are extinguished, said Biju. So we have already done the main thing. Get ready, he's coming, said Kurama. At that moment, Danzo and 3 ANBU jumped down. It was spectacular, the dust rose to the top. Danzo's anger was blinding. Shimura looked around and saw his people and was angry. Very angry. He gathered the new generation from among the best in the village. And thanks to Hiruzen, he easily took the best people from him. Danzo-sama, leave him to us, Sai said. And the other two just nodded. Aburame took off all his clothes and now his skin was a different color. Who are you? Danzo asked. I said Naruto and threw off his mask to the side. I see. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Distract him, give me time, said Danzo. 3 ANBU quickly approached Naruto, who stood and did not even move. They had already touched him and flew away from him, even Danzo himself flew away. Their backs collided with the walls. Sai used a scroll and drew lions there, which instantly attacked Uzumaki, who fled to the ANBU. Uzumaki unsealed Samahata and calmly cut the animals. Aburame was able to dodge, thanks to the time given to him by the animals. Aburame stood up and tried to hit Naruto, but Uzumaki did a somersault and flew over the poison bug user. There was already a red-haired man behind him with a tanto blow. Naruto bent down, letting the weapon pass above him. At the same moment, Naruto throws a punch between the ANBU's legs from his elbow. The ANBU did not expect a low blow from the drain and bent over in pain. Naruto didn't care and immediately knocked him down. Taking Samahata, Naruto notices how Aburame and painted lions jumped towards him. A second and the lions disappear. Because of their paint, Sai didn't even see what happened. But then he saw the heads of his comrades roll down. The blood mixed with the paint. Naruto was covered in blood, there was no place where there was no blood. And the red eyes added fear to it all. Sai looked into Naruto's eyes in vain. Uzumaki disappeared in an instant. Then his brother came out of Sai's stomach. I thought we were brothers and you killed me, said Sai's brother. No, you died yourself, said Sai. I thought you would save me, said Shin. Someone save me, Sai shouted. At that moment, he felt himself come out of the genjutsu. Looking at his stomach, he saw Samahata there, which pierced him through. Sai coughed up blood directly onto the sword, from which he moved and straightened his spikes, piercing the ANBU even worse. Sai could no longer feel his internal organs. The cold was creeping into my soul. Naruto didn't just take out his sword, but divided his upper body into two. The body of the still young Anbu fell. Uzumaki looked at Danzo, who had only one emotion visible on his face, and that was uncertainty in his victory. Danzo ran towards the enemy with rage in his eyes. The distance was nothing at all as Danzo jumped on his enemy. Danzo is already approaching when Naruto jumps to meet him. Danzo with a kunai in his hands tries to cut off the head, but Uzumaki went a little to the right and mates Shimura's stomach. "That's all," said Naruto. But the reaction and the Rinnegan are in Uzumaki saved his eyes. Since Shimura already wanted to kill Naruto from behind. Uzumaki did a backflip while leaving Danzo and began to make seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, powerful fireball technique. The technique, due to the short distance, hit the target directly. The fireball hit the back of the head of the root, carrying it slightly forward and exploding. "Naruto, be careful," said Kurama. "I don't understand how he survived that blow," said Naruto. Futon, Shinkugyoku, wind release, vacuum stones, sounded from the side. The technique was aimed at the back at close range. Uzumaki immediately teleported with a kunai behind Shimura's back. Hiration, Ni no Dan, flying thunder god technique, second stage, winky face. Rasengan, Naruto invested even a little more chakra into it. The blow pierced Danzo's chest and he fell, coughing up blood. Not even a second passed before the body disappeared, as if it were an illusion. Once again, Danzo appeared from behind and delivered a killing blow to Naruto's side with a kunai. And he puts a seal behind it. "Jigo Jibaku no In, seal of one's own curse," said Danzo, touching Naruto. Naruto would like to grab his side where there was now a serious wound. But he couldn't even move. "Good sword," Danzo said, taking Samahata, but immediately lost all his chakra and jumped away from the sword. Samahata donated chakra, healing Naruto's wound and breaking the seal from him. "Thank you, Samahata, I'm glad I have you," Naruto said. Danzo was exhausted and could hardly stand on his feet. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique, said Naruto, and a dragon from the wood rose from the ground right under Danzo and captured his head, tore it off. "So you are the owner of such a rare genome and you control it at such a high level. You would be a good slave," said Danzo. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique," said Danzo. He wanted to destroy such a powerful technique. There was a large amount of dust inside the root building, visibility was at a minimum. But even through this smoke, Naruto saw Danzo's chakra. Naruto felt himself losing his balance and almost falling. All the steam suddenly began to leave to an unknown place. When all the smoke had gone, Naruto saw a huge beast. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, release of fire, great fire dragon technique, one after another, huge dragons swept away everything they saw. One of the dragons flew straight into the beast's trunk, causing it to catch fire and dissipate. Danzo jumped off the technique and approached Naruto at a fairly fast speed. Melee combat again. Danzo flies into Uzumaki with his feet. Uzumaki takes a step back and tries to counterattack with his sword. But Danzo, using the Sharingan, calmly dodges and hits Naruto in the stomach. It became clear that Naruto was starting to give in. Uzumaki bent slightly and immediately received a second blow to the chin, from which he flew into the wall. The head of the root didn't even think about stopping there and begins to put together seals for the technology. Kazanami, wind waves, the name of the technique was heard. Naruto only had time to shake his head slightly when the wind technique flew into Uzumaki, driving the red-haired body deeper into the ground. Naruto began to cough up blood. "You will never defeat me," said the head of the root. "We'll see about that later," Naruto said and entered Kyuubi's chakra mode. Shimura was shocked, because the chakra that was now overflowing was from Kyuubi. All of the Uzumaki's wounds closed in a matter of seconds. And these eyes, which are filled with coldness and malice. "So you have conquered the Kyuubi," said Danzo. Naruto did not answer and jumped forward. The first strike was like yellow lightning. Rasengan, said the name of Naruto's technique. When he was already behind Shimura and tearing his body apart with a blow. Naruto felt anger behind his back, about 100 meters away from him, and instantly threw a kunai there. Shimura then appeared as a kunai flew into his leg. Danzo immediately took it and tried to throw it away. It was too late. Naruto was already near Danzo and with a blow he made him fly to the other end of the training ground. Toka Shimura opened his eyes and saw Naruto already above him. Cho Odama Rasengan, pronounced the name of Naruto's technique and hit Danzo with a huge Rasengan. Once again the head of the root seemed to have risen. But now he stood as far away as possible. And I saw Naruto standing and smiling. Before Shimura had time to move, 2 swords pierced his chest. The Uchihas came to the most interesting thing and were now able to take another life of Shimura. The brothers jumped to Naruto, they did not dare not ask what kind of regime it was and so on. They stood with their backs to each other, creating a circle. "I killed him 6 times, you killed him for the 7th time. But time after time he survives even after my strong techniques," said Naruto. "How to understand this?" asked Sasuke. "And look," Naruto said, pointing his finger at Danzo. "Naruto, his Sharingans on his hand closed every time you killed him," prompted Kurama. "But my roommate noticed an interesting thing, that his eyes on his hand closed one after another after each death," said Naruto. "Izanagi, technique of the Uchiha clan." "You're right Naruto, we'll have to kill him at least 5 times, Itachi said. "I see," said Sasuke. "Naruto, come on," Itachi said, running forward. "Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all objects," said Naruto. Thus, Danzo flew sharply towards Naruto. Shimura could not control his flight, as a result, along the way he collided with a katana that pierced his heart. "What next?" Sasuke shouted. "Itachi is above," Naruto shouted. Shimura appeared at the top of the observation tower and from there jumped on Itachi. Danzo wanted to kill this traitor. But Itachi easily moves to the right and blocks Danzo's kunai with his katana. Danzo moves away, this time Itachi has already entered melee combat. Danzo's vertical blow is blocked by a kunai, again they come together and the grinding of metal is heard from the collision of iron. Itachi moves away again and with greater force delivers a horizontal blow directly to the stomach. Danzo blocks, but too late the sword has already entered a couple of centimeters into the body. Here Sasuke flies in from the side with 2 legs and sends Danzo into the wall. "Futon, Rasengan," Naruto shouted sending the technique at Danzo. A Rasengan with blades made of wind flew at a decent speed into the body of the head of the root, tearing it apart. Danzo understood that he would not be able to win, the advantage was too significant. As soon as Danzo appeared, he began to run forward along the wall. "Yasaka no Magatama, bent gem of the 8 slopes," Itachi said, creating a red Susanoo. The technique divided the body of the head of the root, stopping him. Danzo appeared even further and ran forward, but Naruto stood in front. "You thought of running away, you dirty old man," Naruto said. "Oh, you scum," said Danzo. "Leave us something interesting Naruto," said Sasuke and enters into close combat. A blow right in the face from Sasuke, but it is blocked. A blow in response, Sasuke easily dodged and strikes with his foot to the side. Danzo blocks, where Sasuke's kick lands. Sasuke strikes again, sending the old man forward. Shimura makes a somersault back, but then he comes to his senses as if he had been caught. Then they began to lift him. Ka, the head of the root began to spit blood, because he was impaled directly on Samahata, tearing his internal organs to shreds. One time, Shimura thought before his death. Shimura stood opposite 3 missing ninjas. He assumed that sooner or later they would appear, but not so quickly. That's the price now, all his dreams and plans collapsed. The worst thing is that if this base remains, then his affairs will be revealed to the entire village. I can't let you live, Danzo said and tore all his outerwear. Hooray Shursho Fuinjutsu, reverse tetrahedral seal, Danzo shouted after seals crawled all over his body. Just a second, said Naruto and approached Shimura from which a strange liquid splashed in all directions. Uzumaki tore out Shursue's eye and returned, took Sasuke and Itachi and teleported the Hiraition beyond the boundaries of the root base. A huge explosion sounded behind the heroes. He could have killed any of them, but Naruto saved them. Naruto, give me the eye, said Itachi. Having taken the eye, Itachi placed it in a special flask with liquid. Yes, look at how many ANBU could have come to their aid if not for this barrier, said Naruto. Well, this old man surprised us, however, said Naruto. Naruto, why did you enter the battle alone? Asked Itachi. I couldn't do otherwise, said Naruto. Guys, you guys have done a lot, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. So, you have finally served your justice, Asuma said. I think no one will mind, said Kurenai. Now you need to remove the Hokage and the remaining elders, said Itachi. We've already done this, Asuma said with sadness in his voice. What were you doing here? Itachi asked. We noticed how the root ANBU began to crowd in front of the base. We thought they were protecting her. But then they saw that they couldn't go in, Kakashi said. Tomorrow they will choose a new Hokage, said Kakashi. I think we don't have much choice. Naruto, could you find Jiraiya? Asked Asuma. I'm afraid not, Danzo had a good effect on him, said Naruto. Then your mission is to find Tsunade Senju, said Kakashi. But we definitely won't be able to find her by tomorrow, Itachi said. At least a week, said Asuma. Well, I know a lot about her from the teacher, said Naruto. Itachi, you and Sasuke come back, we all know, said Asuma. Okay, but first we'll go get Kiyomi, said Itachi. I think we'll part ways with this, Naruto said and jumped down. Well, what are you going to do now? Kurama asked in his subconscious. Go to all the bars and gaming establishments near Konoha. She will not leave the country of fire, said Naruto. About 5 minutes ago you barely survived Danzo's attacks, and now you are running at great speed. Don't forget, you are still a criminal, Kurama warned. I understand, Kurama, what would I do without you, Naruto said, slowing down the pace. 3 days passed, Naruto walked from one village to another. For speed, Naruto used clones. Uzumaki was glad that he would soon return to the village. This is his home after all. His father sacrificed himself for her. Entering the next gaming room, he saw a woman. A beautiful woman. Blonde hair that was tied in 2 pigtails. Green jacket. The diamond on the head, also known as Byakugo's mark. Brown eyes you could drown in. Age said absolutely nothing here. Naruto approached the woman. And looked at her brown eyes. Tsunade could never stand being looked at for a long time, especially like this. But now she somehow looked kindly at the young man. Something happened, Naruto Uzumaki, said Tsunade Senju, surprising Naruto. How do you know me? Asked Naruto. Tsunade threw a coin to the side right over Uzumaki's shoulder, it hit the wanted wall and ricocheted back. Well, also because Jiraiya was all ears at one time, buzzed, said the woman. Why did you say that at the time? Asked Naruto. We saw each other often. But then he disappeared. Even now I don't know where he is. Do you know that he is your godfather? Asked the princess. No. But I know why he became like this. Shimura Danzo, with the help of a stolen eye, brainwashed the third and then him. He most likely did everything to seize power in the village, said Naruto. It's a pity, then I have nothing to talk to you about further. And my advice to you is to leave here because your face is everywhere, Tsunade said in a rough voice. Tsunade Senju, could you please return to the village? You are one of the candidates for Hokage, said Naruto, the purpose of his arrival. Candidate? You're kidding, brat. Even if they said that I am already Kage, I wouldn't go anyway, Tsunade said, a little angry. You are the most worthy of all those they can say. Sanin, also from the once great clan of the founder, is an excellent doctor, said Naruto. You really know how to suck up. You don't want to get under my skirt yet, you have a long tongue, said Tsunade. I'm afraid my language is not for you, said Naruto. Let's just get the hell away from me. I'm not interested in the title of Kage, said Tsunade. I see that. But I thought differently. Nawaki and Dan dreamed of being Hokage, I thought you would decide to make their dream come true, said Naruto. Tsunade jumped out of her seat and grabbed Naruto by the neck and lifted Naruto from the ground. Don't you dare say their names, brat. What kind of Hokage am I? I'm afraid of the sight of blood. And in general, only fools want to become Hokage, said Tsunade. Uzumaki quietly took out a kunai and, cutting his palm, splashed it on Tsunade's face. From which the princess of the Senju clan trembled all over and fell to her knees. Naruto did not want to offend her by this and teleported to the mark in the room. Blood, Tsunade said quietly, feeling it on her lips. Nawaki and Dan, then, were fools. That's what you said, you made Naruto angry. They are fools, and they died as fools, said Naruto. Tsunade suddenly lost her composure and carried Naruto out into the street. Naruto flew a good distance and crashed into a building. He was lying there when he heard the sound of crunching knuckles. I'll grind you into powder, Tsunade said and jumped on Naruto and began to pound him into the ground. Hail blows fell on Naruto, blood began to flow from his nose and broken lip. Which got Tsunade dirty, but she didn't stop. Naruto realized that she was no longer looking at it and teleported back to the hotel. He crawled tremblingly to the ledge. I see it worked, said Naruto. What are you talking about, brat? Tsunade asked, still angry. AI equals 10, you just beat me despite the blood. It means your phobia has passed, said Naruto. Tsunade wiped the blood from her face and didn't even tremble. It became clear that the phobia passed as soon as she went into a rage. The princess looked at the Uzumaki who had now suddenly passed out and jumped up to him and began treatment. Fool, 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 Tsunade shouted at this crazy Uzumaki like his mother, really a fool, Kurama thought inside. In the morning, Naruto woke up in the arms of two women. He recognized one immediately, but not quite the second. But the pig under his feet was clearly unnecessary. Kurama, don't say that I cheated on Kiyomi with two at once, Naruto said in his subconscious. No, Tsunade was just glad that she doesn't have an old one phobias and drank a lot together with her student. Then they went to bed in the hotel you rented. Once there was only one bed, Kurama explained the situation. Although you know it would be funny if you cheated on a beautiful girl with some grandmother, Kurama laughed. I was surprised twice now. Firstly, you called the Uchiha beautiful, secondly, you said grandma, said Naruto. Yes, take a closer look at her henge, said Kurama with a mockery. How do you see this? Naruto said. Naruto ate as he crawled out from under the girls. Her whole face hurt after yesterday. Tsunade also woke up and looked at Naruto and licked her lips with bloodthirstiness. What is this? Naruto asked. You were like this yesterday, wild Naruto, now you owe me. It's my wish, let's go away, said Tsunade. He's lying, said Kurama. I remember everything like that. But it's not good to lie, said Naruto. Granny, maybe you'll still go, said Naruto. What kind of granny am I to you? Tsunade asked in shock. I agree, said Tsunade. Tsunade fell silent. Uzumaki's words, his actions, they all influenced her. Her loved ones gave their lives for the village and now they are destroying it. It doesn't matter how I know this. Tsunade-san, now the village is in ruins. Danzo destroyed it, people are running away. Laws, taxes, everything has changed. It's scary even to walk during the day. Please save the legacy you inherited from the first one, said Naruto. Shizune, Tsunade shouted and hit her student on the head. Haha, Naruto laughed. Tsunade, he himself finally found out your secret, Shizune said in shock. A light breeze blowing the tops of the trees, swaying them slightly. The breeze blew leaves from the trees. Leaves quietly fell to the ground, building a beautiful path. The sun was shining brightly today, as if even nature had awakened after darkness. Naruto and his companions were heading straight to Konoha. Uzumaki should have been glowing with happiness, but inside he was already imagining how Kiyomi would tear him apart. Naruto walked with his head down. He became gloomy as there was absolutely nothing left until the village. Tsunade, who liked the bright, open red-haired man so much, immediately noticed the changes. What happened? Asked Tsunade. What are you talking about? Said Naruto. About your mood, why did you withdraw so abruptly? Asked the princess. Before leaving for Danzo's head. I closed my love behind a barrier, Naruto revealed. She will understand you, explain everything to her, Tsunade tried to cheer up. I don't even know, said Naruto. Naruto's company was now standing in front of the village gates. Tsunade sighed deeply, the smell of her native village. She left here in complete despair, and now the princess of the Senju clan is determined to correct her mistakes. Naruto already understood what was about to happen and even decided not to resist. 3 Anbu jumped down. Hakurokujion show, 8 trigrams 64 palms, the two cried out after they delivered a hail of blows to the Jinchuriki's body, blocking everything from the Tenketsu. Naruto staggered from 128 blows and fell to his knees, coughing up blood. Kage Nui no Jutsu, Shadow Needle Technique, the latter shouted. After which shadows flew out and pierced Naruto's arms and legs. All this was so fast that even Tsunade only had time to make a face of pain. What does all this mean? Tsunade shouted. This is a criminal of Konoha, said Shikaku Nara. Let him go, said Tsunade. Even though you are Hokage, you cannot decide this without the advice of the clans. By the way, he will be there at 6 today. Their fate will be decided there, said the head of the Nara clan coldly. Evening came quickly in Konoha, except for 4 people who were awaiting their fate. Naruto felt Kiyomi, or rather her chakra, behind the wall. Kiyomi, Uzumaki quietly made himself known. Naruto, the girl said in shock, sobbing. Not crying, my love, Naruto said. Naruto, get out of there. Why did you surrender to them? Asked the girl, all in tears. I don't understand myself, said Naruto. You're a fool, said Kurama, in the subconscious. Meanwhile, the heads of the clans gathered in the residence. One after another, the heads of the clans came. Many people thought about it, what will happen next? What will the new Hokage demand? Will it be worse or better? People thought that since she was a student of the third, everything would be the same. Let's get started. I think everyone knows me, but for those who are seeing me for the first time, I will introduce myself, said the princess of the clan and stood up from her seat, Tsunade Senju. Since you are a student of the third, we have a question, you will continue to reign like your teacher or what? Asked someone from the civilian council. Yes, I was a student of the third. But my grandfather Hashirama Senju had a big influence on me. Therefore, I will lead the board based on it. Tsunade made everyone happy. What are you planning to change? Asked the head of the Nara clan. To begin with, all the clans in Konoha will pay a huge amount of money to the Konoha treasury, said Tsunade. Why is that? Hayashi was indignant, standing up sharply. Better sit down, Hayashi-san, said Tsunade. The third was under the control of Danzo. And Hatake Kakashi reported this to you, but instead of supporting you, you attacked the Jounin of Konoha, said Tsunade. But how do we know about this? Asked Nara. Even ordinary people noticed the drastic changes in him. What can we say about this shinobi, said Tsunade. The money will be used to pay back the money that was forcibly pulled out of ordinary civilians, said the princess of the clan. Now I am removing the status of Nuke-nin from Naruto Uzumaki, Kiyomi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Tsunade said, and everyone started screaming. Stop, Tsunade shouted, and everyone fell silent at once. Why is this suddenly? Asked the head of the Akimichi clan. Naruto, Kiyomi, Sasuke, they tried to escape from the pursuit of Danzo. The head of Root killed Kushina Uzumaki in order to catch the Uchiha and Uzumaki. But they were able to leave. Witness Uchiha Sasuke. The head of the Yamanaka clan checked the subconscious, said Tsunade. Yes, I confirm this. After checking the subconscious of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, I was convinced that the head of the Root was pursuing them, Yamanaka said. Uchiha Itachi is a killer, how dare he come back? Hayashi started screaming again. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup, so he saved your lives. He disrupted a civil war in the village. Among everyone here, he is the most loyal to the village, said Tsunade. Although she still didn't know anything completely. But what was said now was also true. And now it's too late, Boar, Hawk, said Tsunade. Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU came in a whirlwind of leaves. I=21, free Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, said Tsunade. And yes, I will send all the evidence to each of you. Now we may not have discussed everything, Senju said. Tsunade, as soon as everyone left, went to the Forest of Death, but not alone. There she was supposed to meet Itachi and Kiyomi. The Uchihas were punctual as always, arriving within seconds. How Tsunade sent the crow to Itachi after leaving the residence. Now you are all clean, I think if you want you can return to your homes, said Tsunade. Naruto. Kiyomi said quietly. Kiyomi. Uzumaki said tenderly. They came as close to each other as possible. Everyone was looking at it. Itachi and Sasuke have already experienced the power of her chakra fists. And now they wanted to see the same with Naruto. Flashback. Itachi and Sasuke ran at an average pace and didn't really run away from the borders of the village when they saw Kiyomi. All at once they stopped looking into each other's eyes. The girl's eyes were red, and traces of frozen tears were visible on the checks. It was clear she didn't cry or sleep for days to break the barrier. You. Do you really not love me that much? Kiyomi said, and moisture again accumulated in her eyes. The girl quietly let go of her head and began to shed her crystal-clear tears. In their entire life, they have never done anything bad to anyone. Didn't even kill a fly. We, Kiyomi, the brothers stuttered, came closer. How abruptly Kiyomi straightened up and crossed her arms over her chest. And her eyes looked down at her brothers. This pose, these eyes, even the gesture with your hands. Dad, the brothers thought sharply about the same thing. And then there was an almost 2-hour beating, on their heads under the screams of the Uchihas. Then, of course, the girl herself cured all these bruises. When the girl was treating her brothers, they again thought about the same thing. MOM. End of flashback. Kiyomi is simple, Naruto began to say. You're just an ass, I know it's yours idea. I know Naruto, I feel it. Why are you doing this to me? I ate as if crying, I opened your barrier. You confessed your feelings to me, to quit, I don't understand, Kiyomi said, while she hit Naruto on the chest. Naruto wanted to protect her from others. Protect her hands from blood. But she almost did not understand him. Although now she was crying with happiness. Happy that Uzumaki is alive. There, near the prison, she held back her tears. Uzumaki raised his hands to the level of her back and quietly pressed Kiyomi. The girl accepted the hugs of her loved one without resistance. Everything will be fine now, said Naruto. This is how the turmoil in Konoha ended. There were difficult years ahead of building trust in a new way. Nothing happens quickly. Frightened people are very bad. They are easy to manage. And encourage them to act rashly. They were difficult not only because of the restructuring, but Akatsuki does not stand aside. As the years passed, the village regained its momentum. Not only on the domestic market, but also on the world market. People were returning to the village. In the first months, several festivals were held that were missed. The clans agreed with the situation of the once criminals. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi received the ranks of Chunin. Itachi again became a Jonin. Each of them spent their first days in the village in their own way. Naruto visited the grave of his parents and Mikoto. There he spent the whole day telling what happened to him. Kiyomi shared this burden with him. Time, they say, heals everything, but not the wounds that remain on the soul from the loss of loved ones. When you lose loved ones, the wounds from this always walk with you in your soul. Everyone draws their own conclusions from this. Someone begins to appreciate life even better, while others, on the contrary, think that life is very short and there is no meaning in it. The morning in Konoha did not start as usual. And with the sounds of gunfire. Perhaps if there had been no barrier, the heroes could have been hit. Naruto's house became home to all the Uchihas. It was painful for them to go back. Naruto looked at Kiyomi, who was lying on the next bed. She slept so sweetly. Her long hair inexplicably did not get tangled, but lay behind her, obediently waiting for her mistress to wake up. Uzumaki was not even surprised that the girl was in the same room with him. But Naruto still didn't dare to go further than short kisses. He didn't want to appear somehow preoccupied in front of the girl. Naruto quickly took his equipment and ran outside before kissing the girl on the forehead, which made Kiyomi squeeze into the pillow a little more cutely while burying herself under the blanket like a kitty. Naruto was running down the street and saw an unknown man grab Shizune by the throat, throwing 2 kunai directly at a person with piercings. Naruto waited for the moment. The person's path does not simply parry kunai or dodge, but jumps away a considerable distance as if knowing about Naruto's ability. But whether he knew Naruto's technique or not, Uzumaki didn't care. He wanted to save Shizune. And as soon as the kunai were over her beaten, but still alive body, Naruto appeared and walked around the corner of the house. Naruto quietly laid the girl's body on the ground when he heard someone's voice. "Naruto Uzumaki, we needed you," said the human path. The red-haired man did not want to endanger Shizune and came out of hiding. "To us?" Naruto asked. "Yes, you will become one of the bricks that will become the beginning of a new world," said the path of man. "Do you need me or the bijou?" asked Naruto. "You are very perceptive. We need the 9-tailed one inside you," said the path of man. "Then I'm waiting for you, at the Valley of the Completion," said Naruto. "So you want to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the village. Heroic though." "I accept it," said the way of man. "Where is Uzumaki Naruto?" asked the blue-haired girl. At the same time, she wrapped the shinobi's body with her paper. Shinobi just said before his death. "Conan, let's go," a voice sounded so cold and at the same time warm. "Have you found the Jinchuriki yet?" asked Conan. "Yes, our battle will be at the Valley of the End." "A very interesting name, isn't it? We've already collected all the tailed creatures. The world will finally be overtaken," said Pain. "Yes, interesting," said Conan. What's wrong with you? Asked Pain. Nothing, said Conan. I have been noticing this in you for a long time. You've been acting strange since Itachi left. Well, that can wait. First Uzumaki Naruto, said Pain and flew away. I. Sorry Nagato, Conan said and freed the people behind her from the kokons. After all, they were still alive. The Valley of the End is the site of the legendary battle between Madara Uchiha, who sought to destroy Konoha with the help of the tamed Kyuubi, and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, where a majestic monument was erected to both of them. It is located on the border with the Land of Sound. Since their most powerful techniques collided there, Susanoo and the tailed kurama balls on the one hand and the Supreme Buddha transformation used by the True Thousand Arms statue on the other, large-scale destruction in the area and created this valley. Only at the end of the battle did the valley take on its original appearance. It was in honor of this battle of legends that two monuments to eternal opponents were created, forming the traditional seal of confrontation, which is always done by enemies before the coming battle. Now it was unusually quiet here. You could hear the water falling down with a roar and hitting the surface of the water below, despite the rocky terrain around. One could see birds making nests right on the monuments. The amazing place where the battle of the great Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju will become the site of a new battle. This time, what is at stake is not the fate of the village, loved ones, friends, but much more. The whole world is at stake. Naruto, if we lose, then there will be no one to save us. You understand? Said Kurama. Yes. But this way we can save more lives. You saw they completely destroyed it. And after our dialogue, the draft animals disappeared from the village. Only fires remained, said Naruto. Tell me. Why do you need this village? She only recently accepted you, considering you an enemy before? Kurama asked. Why are you so afraid? Naruto asked in response. You cannot answer a question with a question. Uzumaki.ov, should I consider you heroic like your father or crazy like your mother? Asked Biju. Both. Naruto said, smiling. Well, let's go Naruto. Kurama roared. Valley of Completion. A beautiful place, the site of the majestic statues speaks of the once great power of Konohagakure no Sato. But now this wonderful place will become a battlefield for two Rinnegan owners. Naruto makes the last jump and ends up on the head of Hashirama Senju, when at the same moment 6 bodies of pain appear. Are you ready to become the key to achieving peace? Asked a body that was not much different from the others. I'm ready to hit you. That's what I'm ready for, said the red-haired one. Kuchios Rinnegan, one of the bodies shouted, calling for a bird. The loud cry of the beast caused the flying foliage nearby to scatter in all directions. It flew up with one flap of its wings. The bird disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. Another body suddenly pulls out its own hand, revealing its mechanical weapon and pointing it towards Naruto. 10 missiles flew at the enemy. The missiles flew at medium speed to the first one's head, breaking into pieces where they hit. Naruto easily escaped from them only by jumping to a sufficiently high distance. Once again the cry of the beast deafened everything around, and the long beak of the bird pierces Naruto and at great speed crashes into the statue, which was already without a head. And now she has broken it even to the torso. Naruto, who at the very first moment receives such an attack, understands that the battles before were just child's play. I would either be a weakling compared to him or... I'm not paying attention, Naruto concentrate. Uzumaki thought. You're really not paying attention Naruto, turn it on to the fullest. Don't spare my chakra, Kurama said. This is not very good, Kurama. I'll try to destroy a couple of bodies myself. Naruto kept saying the same thing in his head. Naruto threw himself off a huge boulder. There was a huge wound on his stomach. A couple of ribs were broken. Internal bleeding was already underway. But the Biju's chakra quickly restored the Uzumaki. The red-haired man slightly shook off the dust from his shoulders when he noticed that the bird was diving down again. Naruto jumps up, somersaulting forward, as the bird crashes into the place where he was standing again. She got pretty tired of Naruto and in a jump, Uzumaki throws a pair of black rods charged with fire chakra. The bird burst into flames like a box of matches. Naruto landed on the water as a bird behind him fell into the water, raising waves of water and completely drenching Naruto. All this did not escape from other bodies that had not yet moved. The bird began to drown, and then disappeared. Uzumaki smiled a little and ran towards the enemy across the water. One body after another jumped from Uchiha Madara's head. Naruto stopped abruptly and began to make seals. Water release. Water dragon projectile technique, Naruto had already shouted after a series of seals. A sea monster emerged from the water at great speed. He rushed towards Pain's bodies trying to destroy them all. The bodies flew straight into a strange position. At the same time, one of them came forward. "Ha, you think you surprised me," Naruto said, but Pain did not hear this. The dragon was already coming forward, opening its mouth, and its body was putting its arms forward to absorb the technique. As the dragon dodged while passing from the right, other bodies immediately noticed this. The path of man took the scruff of the neck while the path of the beast threw it to the side away from the attack. At that moment, the dragon, having captured the human path, crashed into Madara's head with it, smashing his body into smithereens. Pain's paths were now standing on the water like Naruto. A small battle of glances and again Naruto ran forward. Uzumaki reduced the distance to a minimum, entering close combat with the path of the beast. Kick from Uzumaki, light block from the girl. Immediately there was a blow from the other leg to the face, but even then the girl bent over and missed the blow from above. Naruto creates two Raisengans and sharply removes his legs back in order to hit the enemy with the Raisengans. The attack was again not successful. "Shinra Tensei," said the Deva path. Naruto flies into the rock and receives new damage to himself. The Uzumaki wiped away the blood that trickled out of his mouth. "Naruto, don't hold back, look," Kurama said. Uzumaki Toka now noticed that all 6 bodies were in front of him again. They were all like dolls, there was absolutely no emotion on their faces. "You can't defeat Naruto Uzumaki, give up," said Pain. "We'll see about that later," said Naruto and entering Bija chakra mode. Meanwhile in Konoha, Konan was looking for Itachi's chakra. She was able to see it on one of the bombed buildings. Having flown up to him, Konan looked at Itachi's back and lowered her head, gathering her strength. A second later she felt a cold blade at her throat. Opening her eyes, Konan saw Itachi. "Itachi. Akatsuki still came for Naruto, I see. And now they decided to kill me for one more thing. Tell me, where is Naruto?" Itachi spoke coldly. "Itachi, I'm no longer there," Konan said. "What are you saying?" Itachi continued. Konan threw off the organization's cloak, showing her beautiful forms. Her revealing outfit could fascinate any man. No wonder they called her Divine Angel Residence, although they were able to see the fact that it was she who connected Nagato and the village. Who was considered God in the village. But this could now be said about her outfit. She was wearing tight pants that reached to her stomach. Her outfit covered only her neck and chest, leaving the rest bare. From the back, starting from the belt, hung something like a small cloak, covering her butt. "Look on the internet. That year with you on missions, I understood a lot." "And she made conclusions," said Konan, falling to her knees. Tears came from her eyes. "Well, what did you understand?" Itachi said, again with the same coldness. "You are actually different, all you did was for the sake of your family. You are much more than you showed. And those moments when you saved me proved this, Conan revealed. Having lost Yahiko, she realized that it was worth fighting for her love to the end. Or you may not even taste it. I am surprised by your analytical abilities. Especially considering that I didn't say much. But what do you mean by this? Did you come to me so that I could protect you from Akatsuki? Itachi didn't understand. I struggled with loneliness for a long time and then I decided to blindly believe the words of my friend. But then you appeared and changed me, said Conan. Closer to the point. Itachi hurried. I love you, Itachi. Conan said, looking into Itachi's eyes, who stood in shock. Naruto quickly became close to Pain, who absorbed the techniques and threw him into the rock with a blow. One blow was enough for Uzumaki to break Pain's defense. Throwing a kunai at the beaten body. Uzumaki rushed at maximum speed after the summoning body. Destroying Pain's vigilance. Naruto creates 2 shadow clones. Right as he runs, Uzumaki throws a throwing weapon from his back. Shuriken Shadow Cloning Technique, throws a hail of shuriken at Pain Naruto's body. But as expected, she easily leaves thanks to the bodies that were on top. Naruto now, Kurama shouted. Technique of the Flying Thunder God, Rasengan. I already heard the path of Naraka who was trying to restore the body. The Rasengan's blow sent Naraki into the water column, burying him there. The human and Asura paths jumped down sharply, destroying Naruto's clones. Uzumaki dodged all the missiles with filigree precision. And he threw 6 kunai towards the 3. They mistakenly thought that this was the Thunder God technique again, but they were wrong. A huge explosion sounded, raising pillars of water to the top. The water rose to the top creating a small veil, when suddenly a strange sound was heard. Marking the end of 3 paths. Chidori, said Naruto directing concentrated air chakra to water molecules. Lightning using droplets of water reached Pain's paths, destroying them at once. Completely burnt bodies fell into the water. The sound of landing on water was heard from behind. Naruto turned towards the sound, feeling an evil gaze on himself. You surprised me, Naruto Uzumaki. Until this time, I did not consider you a worthy opponent. But you were able to convince me. You are the first who lived to see such a moment, said Pain. Naruto, be careful, Kurama warned. Yeah, everything will be fine, buddy, said Naruto, /span. Naruto and Pain are getting closer, but the head of the organization is there. He loses, catching all the blows from Uzumaki in the face. One by one, Naruto's blows hit the target. Pain begins to retreat for his last technique on which he put everything. Uzumaki noticed how an incomprehensible black circle hung above them. And as for the 5th blow in a row, Pain does not block but simply concentrates chakra. Shinra Tensei, from which Naruto flew into Madara's rock, breaking his other leg. Get ready, Fox, Naruto heard. Chibaku Tensei, Pain shouted, blood flowed from his mouth and nose. One could feel a huge amount of chakra put into the technique. Naruto began to tremble and he noticed how the boulders from the head of the first and Madara began to rise, since they were the closest. Starting from the top and slowly descending, everything begins to be attracted to this strange circle. What is this, thought Naruto, trying to go downwards away from the influence of the technique. But nothing worked. Naruto, try hitting her with a water shark projectile, Kurama suggested. Why her? Asked Naruto. It is based on absorbing the chakra of the enemy's technique. Look how much there is inside, use it against the enemy, said Kurama. Thank you, Ku, said Naruto, starting to fold the seals. Release of water, great technique shark projectile. A huge shark rose from the water, devouring all the boulders along the way and eventually absorbing Pain's technique. The bright light blinded everything at once. Explosion, huge explosion. He completely destroyed the great statues. The great waterfall simply dried up. Naruto looked at Pain's body, which had just emerged from the wreckage. "Why did you say you'll defeat me?" said Naruto. Naruto was exhausted, his chakra was at its limit. "Naruto, our connection is coming to an end. One attack is all we have," warned Biju. "One is enough, buddy," said Naruto. Uzumaki ran at Pain again and flew into the rock from Pain's technique. Well, that was a mistake. Taking advantage of those same 5 seconds, Naruto managed to get closer and pierce Pain's last body with the help of Chidori. "Naruto, I hope you guessed that all these bodies are just dolls and nothing more. Find the real one. Try to use their piercings," suggested Kurama. Uzumaki fulfilled his friend's request and felt the emotions and chakra of the enemy in the distance. "Well done, now follow him," said Kurama. "Kuramushka." "No," Biju said sharply. "Well, Kuramushka," Naruto continued to press. "Well, to with you Uzumaki do. But if you then turn into a tree, it's not my fault," said Biju. Naruto sat down and began to accumulate nature chakra. During training, he was only able to enter it once. This Sannin Moto was personally designed by Hashirama Senju. At that time, no one knew that conscription could teach such things. But the first Hokage knew about the power of nature, and for many years he stole it with his will under the supervision of his younger brother. Naruto has unusual pigments around his eyes, just like Hashirama Senju once had. Strengthening the body, as well as the chakra channels. Naruto ran at a decent speed towards the remaining one. Not as fast as in Bija mode, but still. How cool it would be to combine the modes, thought Naruto. "Don't even think about it, you little brat. I allowed you the current because my chakra ran out," said Kurama. "Well, why are you doing this right away?" Naruto persuaded his friend. A few minutes later, Naruto stood in front of a man chained in a strange mechanism and with red hair. "Here you are, Naruto Uzumaki," said Nagato wheezing. He felt his end, blood was coming from his mouth. But the body of the spruce held on. Even after defeating Naruto, Nagato would not be able to live long. "You know what's going to happen now, right?" asked Naruto. "Yes," Nagato smiled evilly and folded a strange seal. At the same time, he began to scream at the top of his lungs. The head of the king emerged from the ground, releasing one soul that flew to an unknown place. Nagato died from the latest technique. Naruto didn't even need to move to kill the enemy. "I can swear, but it was just now," thought Kurama. "What is kurama?" asked Naruto. "I don't even know how to describe it, but big problems await you soon, Naruto," said Kurama. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, still not understanding. "What will come to you? Your enemy is much stronger than all of them put together," warned Biju. "You made a fuss, Naruto Uzumaki," a strange voice sounded in the darkness. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. "I came here for my eyes, for now, you shouldn't know who I am," said the mysterious man. "Naruto, run, you can't handle this alone," Kurama warned. "Got it, Kurama," said Naruto, sharply jumping away from this place far away. "I equals 21, will you explain to me?" asked Naruto. "Just know your enemy will be very strong," Kurama warned. "You say that is not clear. I now seem to have defeated the head of the organization. Now only Zetsu and the Masked Man remain in it. Do you think I will fight there with God?" Naruto asked. "Yes, with God." Naruto reached Konoha, but more slowly. All the way the question, flying in his head, was flying around in his head. Who was there? To Naruto's surprise, everyone in Konoha smiled at him and even asked about his well-being. Although it is not surprising that they could lose their home. Or even worse than your life. There was only one person that Naruto was interested in right now, and that was the girl who was now standing in front of him. Beautiful facial features, long hair that was now blowing in the wind. Uzumaki caught her scent of perfume a long time ago. Walking up from behind, Naruto quietly hugged the girl. "Are you okay, Naruto?" the girl asked with excitement. "Yes, how are you doing here?" Naruto asked in response. "Okay, we didn't lose so many civilians, but the same can't be said about shinobi," the girl said with disappointment. "Don't be sad, it's better to be happy for those who were able to escape today." "Let's go," said Naruto, unexpectedly taking the girl's hand. "Where is Naruto?" said all-red Kiyomi. Quickly reaching the house, Naruto dragged Kiyomi with him into the bath. "Maybe take a shower? It's hot today, even after the fight, I'm covered in mud," Naruto explained. "Two of you, do you want me there?" the girl said. She was all red. She was fingering her hair, and her legs were cracking treacherously. All this gave away the girl. "The first time you will not be in your soul." "Yes, and my first one will obviously not be here." "So what?" said Naruto. The girl sat down on a chair and kicked off her white shoes. And then she took off her black stockings, exposing her legs. Kiyomi, with light movements of her hands, took off the gloves from her hands. And then she turned her back to Naruto. "Naru, could you?" the girl spoke timidly. Naruto untied a small knot, causing the dress to immediately fall to the floor. The girl was now wearing black underwear, emphasizing her beauty. A toned ass that even without the girl's own efforts stood like a nut. Well, beautiful breasts. Many people dream of having at least one of them. But Kiyomi was lucky, she was gifted by nature with two things at once. Only Naruto fell in love with the girl, not for her body, he fell in love with her soul. Naruto quietly removed his hair and stretched the girl's bra from behind. Kiyomi immediately became all flushed and covered her breasts with her hand. Naruto walked up to her and looked into the girl's eyes. "I love you, and today in battle I thought only about you. So that you don't do anything stupid. I prayed that you would not interfere in our battle. You stole my soul, Kiyomi. I hope you didn't use your sensei's eyes on me." Naruto said affectionately. "I love you too. And only Itachi stopped me. I had to beat him. I already wanted to go help, but you managed it faster. And no, I didn't use it. Even if I go through everything in your head, I won't be able to build everything the way you love me now," said the girl, still standing embarrassedly in front of Uzumaki. Naruto pressed the girl to his naked body. They were both almost naked now. Kiyomi returned the hug by returning the hug. Naruto picked the girl up and sat down in the bath with her. The warm water, which immediately made the Uzumaki and Uchiha smile, was very pleasant. "Naru, let me," the girl said, standing up from Naruto's legs so that her womb was at face level with Uzumaki. Kiyomi quietly took off her panties, revealing her treasure. There is no other way to call it. Naruto grabbed the girl's ass and pressed her body to his face. Naruto's warm, gentle tongue ran along her womb from beginning to end. The girl arched back and moaned softly. Then she already felt how Uzumaki was sitting on his legs. After spending about 15 minutes in the water, the couple went to the shower. Naruto clearly didn't like the bath. In Naruto's soul, he saw the girl in full growth. After standing in the shower for a few minutes, wash off the foam from the bath. They were silent. The girl took the shampoo and decided to wash her hair. She took her curls and moved them from behind her back to the front. This made it easier to clean. But someone grabbed her hand. "Let me," Naruto said, smiling. Taking the shampoo, Naruto awkwardly lowered it onto the girl's head. Uzumaki's hands touched her hair. Centimeter by centimeter Naruto walked along that beautiful hair. After washing off the shampoo, Naruto realized one simple thing. His pants have been very tight since they took off their clothes. His desire to give the girl more was enormous. Kiyomi was very timid, but she still understood what was there. She herself did not understand what she wanted now. Turn around sharply and kiss Uzumaki or get away from here. But there was only one thing in my head. Today I almost lost him again. Now I won't let him go. If he doesn't exist either. I can't stand it, thought the girl. And then 18 plus, which I won't describe. A year has already passed since those events. There was no peace in the world, there was a war going on. Not anyhow between the villages. And the most unusual one that no one has ever seen. All the villages united for the common enemy Akatsuki. Most recently, Naruto learned from Conan that Jiraiya died in a battle with Pain before the battle with him. On the first day, the enemy army released its trump cards, namely the army of the resurrected. With the help of Naruto and his sensory abilities, the alliance was able to survive after the enemy began masquerading as friends. The army of the resurrected at one moment began to leave. This meant that the battle was coming to an end. But this was only on the second day. At this point, the alliance only had time to read the number of deaths. When we already thought that everything was. The armies of the dead were defeated, as was the army of White Zetsu. All the shinobi gathered in the same place where they were going, but then instead of the 5 Kage, he came into the world. Black hair, eyes in which there was not even a particle of light. The red armor, gunbai, and scythe behind his back seemed to commemorate death. It was Uchiha Madara himself. But not resurrected, but alive. There was a sense of strength in him. A man appeared nearby. To the surprise of many, he was all in white robes. He was holding a staff in his hands. A Sharingan was burning in one eye, and a Rinnegan was burning in the other. It was as if they were waiting, specifically waiting for everyone to get together in order to destroy everyone at once. Everyone, of course, asked questions. Do we really have to fight these monsters? Where are the 5 Kage? It's amazing that you were able to unite. I am amazed. My childhood friend's dream really came true. But now my time has come, said Madara. On whom is it better to use this Naruto technique? Kiyomi asked. Say whatever to Madara, prompted. Kurama. Madara, Naruto said. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan appeared in the girl's eyes. And at that moment Madara's life changed. Those dreams and memories of life disappeared. Absolutely everything. He became a pawn himself. Next, in front of the eyes of the entire alliance, there was a battle between the Jinchuriki of the 100th and Madara. Where the shinobi god emerged victorious. Madara, after defeating Obito, frees all the Bijou. And destroys the Black Zetsu. And then jumps to the girl. And bends his knee. Everything is done, my queen, Madara said without emotion. Everyone was in shock. Free, Kiyomi gave the command. Is he your security now? Naruto asked in shock. Well, you can say that, Kiyomi said, giggling a little. Even the resurrected Kage were not needed, said Kiyomi. Yes, nowadays I see everything is still tied to the Uchihas, said Tobirama. But I just didn't want to fight, said Hashirama. Naruto, I see you were able to make friends with the Bijou, Minato asked. Yes, father, Naruto said bitterly. Why are you so upset, son? Asked Minato. I could not save many in this war. Friends died, people died, Naruto said. Understand that war is always death. And nothing else. Any war has anything to do with it. You are like my brother, he, just like you, tried to save everyone except himself. For which he paid, said Tobirama. We inherited his will of fire, said Naruto. I can call you Hashirama's heir. After all, there are only a few people like you and my brother, Tobirama said while Hashirama looked at all this seriously. 2 years have passed since then. In the war, people lost their friends, loved ones, children. The price for victory was great. But everyone can be proud because their sacrifice was not in vain. Naruto came home after a mission and a girl hung around his neck and gave him a passionate kiss. There was a smile on his face. "We have guests?" asked Naruto. "Let's go," Kiyomi said. "Hello Mom, hello Mikoto-san," Naruto greeted. An alternative ending, or better yet an addition. War, when this word is mentioned, the first thing we all remember is the killed people. No, there is no thinking now not only about those who participated, but also about the people who did not even touch her, but were mercilessly entangled in this wheel of hatred. The Fourth Shinobi World War is a battle of the entire world against just two. But the word here is not very reasonable, because one of them is Uchiha Madara, but the second gained fame thanks to the tailed creatures he absorbed, and all at once. Thanks only to the eyes of one girl, the alliance did not lose too many people. It wasn't easy to get the shinobi god to look into the girl's eyes. But after numerous losses and after these two managed to defeat 5 Kages, we managed to implement our plans and everything worked better than ever. The Jinchuriki of all the Bijou was destroyed by Naruto and Sasuke, and Madara was defeated and subsequently sealed with the help of Kiyomi's eyes. Our heroes returned home to great happiness for all of them, none of the 4 died. Naruto was preparing for his last triumph, one might say. After Uzumaki obtained 4 bodies, 3 victims and a Shinigami mask. Everything was ready. Uzumaki came to the ruins of his clan's temple in the village and, going inside, placed the bodies of 4 people in front of him. Whirlpool signs were painted on the walls, and torches hung to the right and left of everyone, adding to the gloomy atmosphere. Our Uzumaki began to put together a long series of seals, and behind him stands the symbol, no, not that, but the deity of the Uzumaki clan. This is not surprising, because no one can put a stronger seal than Shinigami himself. "Shinigami-sama, I ask you for 1 soul in return, I am ready to give you these 3. Naruto said, bowing his head. The Shinigami looked at Naruto for a long time, but a slow nod lowered the pressure in the room. Having taken 3 souls, Shinigami releases Minato's soul. Divine Resurrection Technique. Naruto screams, making only 1 seal and concentrating to the maximum. The head of the king of emerges from the ground and releases 3 more souls, and then all 4 souls re-enter their bodies. For several seconds Naruto tried to catch his breath, the ends of his hair sat. Even with the enormous life force of the Uzumaki, this technique demanded quite a lot from him. Raising his gaze to the people, he nodded to the clones. The clones approached the bodies and, holding their eyelids, tried to lift them, but the bodies suddenly grabbed their hands and asked only one question: "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, it will hurt a little, but you'll be able to see," Naruto said. "Naru, is that you?" Kushina said in shock. "Yes, Mom," Naruto said with tears of happiness. Meanwhile, Kiyomi, Sasuke, Itachi and Konan followed the clone to the hideout. "Naru, where are you taking us at 12 o'clock at night?" Kiyomi said sleepily. "This is important, come on, let me carry you." Naruto suddenly appeared behind him after his words and took the girl in his arms. Not with us," Sasuke said quietly. "Brother, you are still just as stupid," Itachi said. Meanwhile, the clones re-implanted the eyes and, with the help of a mystical hand, helped the eyes recover faster. One by one, they opened their eyes and raised their torsos in the direction where Naruto was sitting. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Kiyomi asked in shock. She immediately got off the clone and looked first at her mother sitting peacefully and laughing at her, and then at Uzumaki. "Naruto, have you seriously decided to turn clones into parents with the help of henge?" Sasuke said sarcastically and approached Fugaku and looked into his eyes. "They are similar, of course, but stop this nonsense, it's a little annoying," Sasuke stated and sharply punched Fugaku in the stomach. Fugaku cleared his throat slightly and looked at his son with that same serious look. Naruto, why did you bring me back so my son could beat me? Asked Fugaku. Sasuke looked at Mikoto and Kushina who were laughing and at Minato who was rubbing the back of his head laughing. And then, turning his head towards Naruto, he only said with his lips, "Are they alive?" There was a nod in response, but before Sasuke could do anything, Kiyomi, hugging her mother, dropped her back. She began to cry from this whole situation, and she hugged her mother with all her might. I didn't expect anything else, said Fugaku. He already knew who Kiyomi loved more. Kushina and Minato approached their son and sat down next to him and pressed themselves close to him. Father, you are several years younger than mother. Naruto whispered quietly. I'll walk you for an hour, you. Hitting her son and husband on the head, she quickly cooled their ardor. I love you, Kushina, and I will not cheat on you, said Minato. I love you, Kushina said lovingly and hugged both of them at once. Itachi took a couple of steps back and slid down, leaning against the wall, his eyes tearing up in an unusual way. He was afraid to look his parents in the eyes. Konan sat down next to him and only looked at him with sadness. Daughter, I love you too, stop crying, Mikoto said smiling. Mom, I can't help but cry, I missed you so much and I can't afford to leave you anymore, Kiyomi said all in tears. Son, your blow was well placed, of course, but I won't allow this again, Fugaku stated. Father, I'm sorry, Sasuke said in tears. Hey, not a cloak, Fugaku said. Mikoto and Kiyomi stood up and then they noticed Itachi, yet he was the worst here. The woman, unable to bear it, went to him. Kiyomi noticed her serious father and rushed to hug him. Dad, you are as always, Kiyomi simply stated. Fugaku unexpectedly hugged his daughter tighter. Mikoto, unable to bear it, raised Itachi's head and wiped the tears that had flowed from his face. A kiss on the forehead and Mikoto found herself in Itachi's arms. Mom, I don't deserve this, I know that. But I will still love you, Itachi stated. I love you, son. Will you introduce me to this beauty? Mikoto asked Konan winking. 10 years later. 4 more houses appeared near the house. Minato and Kushina's house remained behind them. They were a big family. Each house had a new addition. Fugaku and Mikoto gave birth to a boy named Tashina. Itachi and Konan gave birth to a girl, Misaki. Kushina and Minato also grew bigger, and they gave birth to a boy with blonde hair, Menma. Naruto and Kiyomi had 2 children, a boy with Azuna's father's hair and a girl with Aika's mother's hair. The world of shinobi has changed forever, peace has finally arrived. That's the end of the story.